Can you hear in the back? Okay, great. I want to welcome everybody here today for the state of emergency proceedings and the budget hearing. I was asked to help start these proceedings out in a good manner. So I wanted to, I asked one of our local drums to come and sing a song for us. And I also asked Mr. Charlo to stand up and say a good word. One of the things that we wanted to concentrate on is talk about some of the, accentuate some of the positive things. That's why we have a lot of our program directors here today. And just want to welcome you. And then I wanted to introduce myself and say a few Indian words. We can't hear the back there. Can we turn this up some more? Testing, can you hear me back there now? I see one hand. Is there a back row? Can you hear good? Okay, great. Or Dapanana, say man. Being the Kuch Damon. We do Kawashin. We came Dasawin. Is Washway. Mishumasanane. Anishinabe. I wanted to share just those few words because one of our leaders here, who was in the master's program, shared a paper with me that he wrote for our one of his classes, and it reflects some of the things that we're trying to move towards in our community. And I felt really honored that he should be talking so eloquently about the 7 grandfather teachings and the ancient values that we used to live by in our community. And that's what I was asking for. I asked the Creator to help us relearn that ancient knowledge and that ancient wisdom that made us so strong and powerful in the past. So those are the simple words that I use to ask for that help. So I want to ask our drum now to go ahead and sing for us. Before we sing this song, I had given some tobacco to Mr. Clarence Charlo, who him and Mary have opened up their house to a sobriety gathering every Saturday at their house, just to create a place for people to come and just be Anishinaabe. So I want Clarence to come up and just say a few words, because there are so many people in our community that do take it upon themselves to do whatever they can to help us move in a good direction. I can't name them all because there are a lot of people in our community who really care. So I just wanted to introduce Mr. Clarence Charlo.
Good morning. I'm grateful to be sober today, and I'm grateful to be in this community. I again invite the people out to our house on Saturday night for that sobriety gathering. It's important as a community that we unite and share our stories and share our dreams for our people. This is a good thing that we gather here today. And I hope this keeps keeps going on, because this is very important for our community. I'm going to say a few Indian words, native words of our native language that's really important to me. And it's Bujuk, it's my do. The Gwech Wangum, Oski Pamadaziwan. And that means thank you for the new life. Oh.
Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, I think I'll turn it over to Mr. Chapman, Mr. Eric Chapman, tribal councilman.
Good morning, everybody. Honored to be here today for our third community meeting since the tribal council declared the state of emergency on synthetic and illegal drugs on the reservation here. Many times, we, the council, have seen, the devastation, the hurt, the pain, the suffering that these substances have caused our members, our elders have suffered, and most importantly, our children have suffered. And we had to stand up and say, no more. We as leaders have to, provide the best opportunities for our community members here, and also, look out for the future of our membership. Not only those with us today, but those coming to be with us in the future. We have many concerns, many issues that we are trying to deal with right now, but the 12 of us can't do it alone. We need the help from our program managers, our employees, and most importantly, from our community. With that, I don't want to grab all the words here. I'll pass it to Councilman Big John.
Morning. I know it is bell on, but I just want to welcome you guys out here this morning. Thanks for coming. Some of the words that Eric mentioned there, the community really needs to be aware of what has happened since some of the prior state of emergency meetings. Like Eric mentioned, for the participation and the support to be there, I guess y'all need to see what has happened since then. That's why we have a lot of people scheduled to speak today and kind of describe some of the good things that have happened. And maybe some of the vision for where we're going here, as we try and help to heal our community. So I think we'll be here for the course of the day. After that, we're gonna follow up with some budget stuff here. We're gonna go over the budget stuff. We're gonna have to have a public hearing on Wednesday. That'll be followed up by a referendum on the 1st of November. So let me pass this on to Gus.
Morning, everyone. I'm not sure why Tom is here. Exclusion or removal of non-members is supposed to be his part.
Use number 1, Gus. Use the first microphone.
Morning. I was just saying that I don't know why Tom isn't here today, but I know everyone's wondering about the exclusion removal process and stuff like that. But I don't have that information in front of me, but we did remove the non-members that were dealing drugs in the community. I believe that it was probably one of the better things he had done this year. And I know that there's supposed to be a referendum coming up soon on what we want to do with those tribal members that are continually dealing drugs and continually giving this poison to our people. We have to do something. We have to, and if it means some sort of a punitive answer to do so, But that's gonna be left up to you guys, and the whole membership is gonna have to get involved and give us an answer, give us what they want, and give us what you want. What would you want to do? What would we want to do to save our future? To save the people from just continually dying and abusing drugs? Thank you.
Good morning.
Hold it away. Hold it away from you. Just hold it away from the mouth.
I'd like to tell everybody, be quick for coming here today. Just like Gus said, you know, we're here to, when we talk about, everybody's talking about the banishment around town, you know, and it wasn't for the membership, it was for the non-members. It was Butch made the motion to let the people decide on tribal member banishment. You know, I know no one wants it, but that's why we're leaving it up to the membership. If they, you know, it all depends what they want to vote on. You know, that's one of the big concerns everybody's worried about, so. But other than that, I don't know what's holding the meeting, I don't know who's the main speakers here. But thank everybody for being here.
Good morning. I'd like to thank everybody for showing up here today. I appreciate it. What we've begun here in Flambeau is being noted in other Indian communities. We met recently here with the Oneida tribe, and we look to them as, you know, leaders in business and government, but they're struggling in the Green Bay area. They have a whole different set of governments and rules, and one of the issues that why we took some of these actions regarding the banishment of non-tribal members is that for many of us, we sit back and we watch our police officers do their job and get everything to the court systems. And then we have a county district attorney who just turns a blind eye to everything that goes on out there. People are released back into the community without treatment, without any other types of assistance to help make them better. But for tribal, non-tribal members, we don't have the resources to help them. And they continue to deal drugs and poison to our people. That has to stop. And I know everybody, there's probably not one person in this room that hasn't been touched by a family member using drugs or alcohol. And I had many of my relatives die because of alcohol. That was the poison in those days. You know, I had my aunts and uncles passed away very young. I barely remember them, my aunts. So it's really hard for me to ignore those kinds of behaviors that are killing our people. And I think we're at a pivotal time in our history. We have to make choices on whether we want to be native and live our traditional ways, or if we're going to live the way of the white man or the way of the other cultures in the world. We're different. We were put here for a reason. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to just say miigwech to everybody for being here today. I was at the meeting last weekend, and I just want to say it's good to see the council members that are here, because one of the things that was brought up was all of us signed that order for banishment, and so that all of us need to answer to our people So it's good to have all of you here. I just wanted to kind of point out something, you know, as a Indian woman and as a leader watching the drum this morning. Our special little friend Cammie, where are you, Cam? Thank you, Cammie, for joining that drum over there. You did a really good job. High five. Okay. Thanks, Cam. Which, I have to say that I was a little bit, not a little bit, I was hurt last weekend because I watch him, and he's an amazing boy. And he went to the drum, and I know how people are serious about their jobs and how they want to sound good and do good and so forth. And it hurt me last weekend because he kind of got off beat, and first he kind of got shrugged away, you know, like stop it. And then pretty soon they took the drumstick away, and that hurt my heart. So I just want to say that from what I know, when our little guys are learning how to sing and so forth and be at the drum, if they don't quite have that beat, I've seen the guys where they, you know, they just kind of move them to the edge and have them pound on the edge. I don't know if one of the guys want to correct me on that, but that's what I've seen. So keep that in mind, you know. Cammie's here for us all to learn. And if you would have been there, you would have saw him break out, and it almost looked like he was doing an eagle dance. I don't know if that's, yep, eagle dance. So it's just touching. But those are the kinds of things that are going to help us heal in this community. As a part of the state of emergency, not just trying to get rid of all of the bad stuff, the drugs and stuff that's coming in, and not just trying to get our services more coordinated and offer more help and so forth. I believe that a part of our state of emergency is to declare that we need our language and culture to be a priority. We need something for our people to fall back on. That's the only thing that helps me stay straight and want to live a good life, is the things that I've learned. And I don't know everything, I'm still learning, but what I do know, I can honestly say that it's because of our traditions. So, miigwech again for all of you being here, and again, we looking forward to hearing all of the input that we have today. So, where's Betty?
I'm not being anti-social with the council, but I want to sit by Lorraine because I work all day long. After night, Lorraine works all day, so it's my own time to visit with her and catch up on all the things that are going on. But I too am glad that you are all here, and I'm playing catch up with what went on with. I believe that we need a banishment code. Like I said before, I would like to see where people have rights. Not banish them before they have a right to present themselves either to the council or some community board or something. And however, with the people that are coming into our reservation, bringing that stuff in here, I'd like to see Bob and crew stop them at the line if they know that they're coming here, because there's no room here for that kind of stuff that's coming here. And Also there's a lot of dissension in the community about the way the people are getting with the drug issues. And we need to, with the housing authority, and I'd like to see them get a chance to, which they are coming to our tribal court, and but before they're put out, especially if they have little kids, that's, but also in order to protect those kids. So it's hard. It's going to take a long time because I too have seen my family, and I must have 40-some grandchildren that around the community and that I know of, like Brooks. We tease each other about that, well, the whole council does, but I'm looking forward to working on this drug issue. And Healing to Wellness Court is taking off, and it's, I feel good about it. Right now we got 3 participants, and I think we might have a 4th one, but I'm very, very impressed with the way that the court is being run. And Vilas County is, and also the district attorney. And sometimes the district attorney sends them back home because there's either not enough to keep them in jail or whatever. But and I agree with the way that the county, they're the ones that were first interested in this Healing to Wellness Court. And Judge Nielsen spends a lot of time, and we all have the good fortune to, with Ken, when he's not objecting to something, we have a real good team, and Alice is on there too. So, with that, again, thanks for everybody, and as long as people's rights are protected, I'll do whatever I can.
Thanks, Betty. Good things you brought up there. Even the teasing. Gotta take the teasing once in a while. You ever notice when you often early in the morning, you go into your office or out in the community, you often don't say hi to people. You start, if you got a little joke to crack or you got something about, maybe a food stain on their shirt, you're gonna get a little teasing before you say hi, And that's the way it is, a little Indian humor, that's us here, you know what I mean? But I made some notes here, that some things that we really need to present to you here today, and specifically about this banishment, okay? Even that word is an ugly word, banishment. Man, it's a scary, tough word is what I got in my notes here. But, the last time, before when we were here earlier, this council made a promise to y'all, saying that we're gonna use this removal, let's call it, only as a last resort. More aimed at these people that are bringing these drugs into our community. We wanna help heal our community, okay? We don't wanna kick people out, believe us. We're not here to do that. But what this code does, since the Constitution already allows us to remove people, and the old traditional forms of government allowed that. That's how things were hundreds of years ago. When they had troubles in their camps and stuff, the traditional way was to remove that person. And it's still within our Constitution today. And that's how we were allowed to move and do what we did. But what the removal code does really is, since it is in the Constitution, it lets us, put some language together that's fair, that no one government is going to be able to change. I like to call these things in there safeguards, or checks and balances. And these safeguards that are built within the code are to make sure that we don't go ahead and just arbitrarily, politically start saying, oh, this guy's going against this council, we're gonna boot him off the list. That's a bunch of bullshit. That's not gonna happen. You know, we're not gonna go after factions. People's opinions are their opinions. Everybody has a right to them. No government, including this government that sits here today, should have that right to go ahead and say, hey, because we don't agree, we're gonna remove you. And believe me, that's not what this government intends to do. So, you know, some of the things that we talked about before also was that the people's participation is going to be key. Right now, there's been a lot of people that come up to this council and different ways, more than once, have said, you know, you guys are doing the right thing. Thank you. Some people have told us, why'd you take so long? You know? And when people kind of give you that sit back and they say, man, I don't know, you know, they have their doubts there, I have to go back and remind them about the deaths that we have endured, that I told you about before. And I don't need to go into all that, because you guys know, we have had our brothers and sisters die here because of some of the stuff that's going on the reservation. And in order to heal and progress as a nation, we need to come together. We need this participation from our community, and we need to move forward and do some good things for our kids and their kids behind them. Because y'all know I've got a lot of kids to take care of. I've got to watch after all these kids. So some of the things that they're doing with the banishment talks and the community informational meetings out here are getting the participation, the input from the membership. You know, certainly if we got somebody that murders somebody down the road here, a drug dealer, then, you know, we should remove that person. And we should spell it out, you know, 5, 10 years, maybe longer. So that's what I got in my notes here. A, B, and C equals this for 5 or 10, removal for 5 or 10 years. D, E, and F, maybe a lesser thing, you know, but still, you know, still bad enough to warrant a removal. Maybe that adds up to 1 or 2 years. And then, you know, X, Y, and Z equals, you know, maybe on a probationary period. Hey, we're watching you. We've seen you bring these drugs into our community. And, you know, you don't have a record of it. And maybe you screwed up one time. And you are our people, so let's kind of, you know, we're going to watch you. And over the course of the next couple years here, you know, if things are good and you're not caught or you're not bringing these drugs into our community, then that thing goes away. So, you know, a lot of other tribes have been using this removal out in Indian country to cleanse their communities. If you go to the Fond du Lac website, I think I mentioned it before, you see all the people that they banished, and they got little mug shots on there with why they're banished. They share that with other tribes, as we have through our Chippewa Confederation, that really kind of essentially removes these people from other tribal nations. They don't want our dirt in their communities either. So we've shared that through the Chippewa Federation, the 6 tribes that we meet with here in Wisconsin. You know, there's been some cars that have been seized for people that we have removed, that have blatantly disregarded and kind of slapped the council in the face and our membership here. Their cars have been seized. This is the real thing, you guys. We need to be stern when we need it, but we also need to be forgiving and in a healing mode when it calls for that also. So, you know, you see the stricter housing guidelines. You know, people's in these homes, we gotta hold them accountable. We'll never have that integrity built up within our Chippewa Housing Authority if we're gonna let people sell drugs out of them homes and participate in that activity. So, you know, think of that removal as a good thing. It can be. It's what I talk about is if we think of it that way, we're building safeguards through law, through a code that no other council should be able to change. Kind of remember that. That's just one point that I wanted you to leave you with here today. The other thing that I need to talk about a little bit is this drug code that was brought before us, the draft that was brought before us. We haven't adopted it yet. We've sent it to the courts and to the police and different other people to have their little look-see at it and get back to us with what they feel maybe should be omitted or changed or added or whatnot. So the code that our attorneys have drafted up deal basically, for the most part, with these synthetic drugs. Every other day, they're sprinkling a little bit of this compound, a little bit of this compound, and the law doesn't apply to it anymore. So we've made this code, our attorneys have made this code, so it's kind of a catch-all. You can sprinkle anything you want in there, even your mom's toenails in there. And it's still gonna be illegal for these people to go puff or snort or whatever it is. It's kind of an all-encompassing code. Other nations are doing it to stomp out these synthetics. And I think that, you know, it's gonna be a good thing. We're not just arbitrarily accepting what they brought to us. We're going through it now and kind of giving it that good, thorough review. So that's just some of the things that I wanted to share here. As long as I got my notes, I can't speak without them because I don't like to forget things, but I'll pass this back on to Eric again. And, you know, I see the agenda is loaded with some good talks today. If you got questions, please ask. We don't want anybody leaving here today without a question that is unanswered. And if you see some of the things we're going to talk about through the agenda, they're all good, positive things as we move forward with the state of emergency. I just want to say miigwech.
Thanks, Brooks. Yeah, just a reminder that, you know, the reason why we did the state of emergency was to, you know, assist with eliminating this curse within our reservation. But we don't want to just do it with punishment. We want to educate people. You know, this is what this drug can do to you. You know, if your child gets a hold of it, this is what could happen to them. We also want to provide rehabilitation. You know, people realize that you're getting addicted to a substance and you want to get off it, you need those services available to help them. And, you know, that's through our FRC and counseling services. And last but not least, you know, comes the enforcement part of it. People don't want that help. They don't want to, you know, straighten up and live a good life. Then, unfortunately, you know, they have to deal with enforcement in the court system. Just to touch on the non-member banishment or removal. You've had these 60-some persons that we put on the list. The list was signed by all 12 council members. And it was pretty much done just to, you know, we don't want those people coming onto our lands in our homes anymore, causing destruction. That was done under the authority of our Constitution, which states, you know, we will look after the health, safety, and welfare of our membership. Now, we've had some people sort of snub us, come back onto the reservation, and, you know, maybe Chief Brandenburg can touch on that a little bit, but we're implementing steps to deal with that, so they don't keep coming back and back and back. As I said, you know, it shouldn't always be about punishment. We should also reward, you know, our membership for you know, good efforts and, you know, turning it around and doing the right thing for themselves and their family and the community. With that, I guess, to get along on the agenda, we'll go ahead and jump right into the Operation Pandora. and Chief of Police Bob Brandenburg.
Good morning, everybody. This fall, I'm here 20 years, since 1993. I've seen a lot of things happen in the community, some things not good. I remember going in front of the council a few years back. It was a new council, and I said, this is the most interesting job I ever had. Every morning I come to work, there's something new happening. Something new happened every shift. And they all kind of laughed. And I said, usually it's not good. Usually somebody went to jail or one of my police officers messed up. But the thing about this community is it's a family-oriented community, and that's why I've always liked it. I remember back in the day I asked the chief if I could stop by the football field over in Minocqua and watch my kid play for a few minutes on the way back from jail. He said, absolutely. You know, and that's what's important to us and important to the police department is the children. And so often we go to these incidents where we have to do a search warrant or go to a domestic, and the hard part of the job is not the paperwork, not the hours. That is hard. The hard part of the job are these kids here when we look in their faces and we see that they're a victim of drug and alcohol situations at the house, domestic violence. And I think that's why this community is deciding to step up a little bit and make some changes. Over the years, since 1993, crime has been like a roller coaster. And it's not due to law enforcement, the courts, it's because of the community. The community gets enough of it. Maybe they live on Longs Point and they're tired of things happening on Longs Point, and then they come to the police department asking for help and demanding that something be done. And then something gets done. And then the problem is over on Cemetery Road. So it's kind of an evolution, you know, and we get a lot of involvement from some of the neighborhoods at different times of the year. When the kids are running around in the summertime, or when there's a lot of drug activity, when everybody gets per cap. So it's really, I want to let you guys know, it's really up to you. You guys are the ones that give the council their marching orders or their vision on how you want the community to react. The council gives me the vision that they want, and then I give it on to my officers. So we've reacted, and we reacted with Pandora, but this is our 4th drug pickup, and I don't know if you guys remember, maybe this was the most recent, the most publicized, but in 2001, I believe it was, we arrested, I think, 21 people at one time, and I think we went around with like 4 officers and did a bunch of search warrants. That was kind of the start, and back then we were getting marijuana, a little bit of cocaine from some of these drug houses. Didn't really make a statement, and over the whole year, I think we arrested over 75 people for drugs that year. Back in 2007, we did another drug pickup. I did, with undercover buys, we did over 133 drug buys in under a year to set up that operation. A lot of people selling, and that mainly was cocaine, crack cocaine. We had some ecstasy, a little bit of heroin. 2010, we did it again. I think we had a couple of marijuana cases in that one, but very few. Then in 2010, we did it again. And I think in 2007, we had 34 picked up right off the bat with about 5 drug search warrants. And you know, most of those houses we went to in 07 had children in them. They were parents, grandparents. It was pretty sad. And Then in 2010, we picked up, I think it was like 28 people right off the bat. But to go back to 07, I think total that year, we picked up around 80 drug dealers. Reaction from the courts was mixed. We had some people go to federal court, federal prison. We lost, and some people might forget, we lost Brian Cross in federal prison. I'm sure he didn't want to be away from his family when he took his last breath. And I'm sure his grandkids would have liked to have been there near the end. And those are kind of the sad situations that happened. But then we had the drug pickup in 2010, and then we had Operation Pandora, which was a reaction to the state of emergency. And that involved mostly potpourri. We're finding bath salts and potpourri and some cocaine out there and ecstasy. And I think if you were at a lot of the earlier meetings, you learned how dangerous some of those things are, the potpourri and the bath salts, and how it affects your body. But we still don't know how it affects you years down the road. You know, we talked about, I think back in the day, we were losing some newborns, so we put the radiant kits in the houses and tried to determine what that was from. And I think the U.S. government is getting a handle on some of those things, and even the mining, people dying from some of those things that come out of the mine. But we're putting in our body a lot of dangerous substances that we don't know how it's going to affect you later on in life or your children. I was at a meeting up in Red Cliff with the tribal police chiefs, and they talked about children that tested positive that were just in the house for meth. And those children, one was 8 years old and one was 5 years old. The 8-year-old tested as a user. They had enough meth in their system that they were considered a user. The younger child tested as a second-hand smoker or user. We don't know how this is going to affect those kids later on in life. And I think everybody was kind of hard on the council or hard on ICW for taking kids out of people's houses. Well, if you can't parent, you're going to have to be the parent. Somebody else is going to have to take over. And I know they're trying to recruit. In fact, I think today they're having some recruiting going on. Kid, do you know about that? Where's that at?
Waters.
At the Waters, Fosterama. So if you want to be a foster parent, you know, get down to the Waters this afternoon. ICW, I think, is doing a good job. I've had my differences with program managers from different programs over the years, but you know what? Most of our program managers care about what happens in this community. I'm kind of really proud on how they're working together right now. Even though some of us may have our personal differences, you know, I can sit down, even though I don't like him, I can sit down with him and work on a problem. He's going to give me some counseling later on that comment. Anyway, Operation Pandora is still ongoing. We're not stopping. And I know I told the council not long ago that the police department, and they laughed when I said it, is a necessary evil. Nobody wants the police here, and the police really, I could care less if I put my handcuffs on anybody else. You know, we just want to make the community a little better. That's our job. Like I said, Operation Pandora is going to continue. We're moving forward. We're still making cases. We've got boxes and boxes of cases, so if you out there, anybody a drug dealer out there in the audience? Nobody? But if you are, we may be knocking on your door. So before we come on, knock on your door, you might want to come see me. Okay? And maybe you can make a change in your life and for this community.
Everybody happy to be here? It's snowing out there. Hey Bob, thanks a lot. I just can't say enough about what we're trying to do in the community. To heal it, to make it well. The things that haven't been done in the past. I think you got tribal government right here that want to make it happen. Granted, there's some buzzwords out there that say you guys are going, you know, way beyond stepping out of the box. But what are we gonna do? I see these young people here, amongst us here today, got a lot of young people back home. We gotta do something. And I sure appreciate everybody that's sitting here. I know you're not here just to collect that free play, or are you? I don't know. But at least you can get some information. We asked these your different programs to come on up, to identify. They just make a difference here about 4 months ago when we first had our meetings, when our different leaders sitting at the table talked about, you know, the things that are happening in our communities. How many of our young people were dying in our communities. I guess that's reality, people. Yeah, no, it's got to stop. The Pope is still out there. We know that. And we have, the drug users are still out there. We know that. We've kicked drug users off this reservation 3, 4 different times. We're trying to figure out how to keep them off this reservation. And we've got professionals here today to identify exactly, you know, are we making a difference or not? So I'm going to call Randy up here to ask Randy to somewhat, if he can stand on the table, but he'll get on the chair. Randy, you want to come on up and identify what the clinic, you know, in the last 3, 4 months since this has taken place, what is going on? So I just want to just say, begrudge to the people that showed up, because I know I believe we had a, what do we want to call a banishment procedure here the other day. People got to look at that thing. That's been in existence for a long time in Indian country where tribes did that. They used that Chimukaman language of banishment, I guess. And I guess that's what maybe sometimes it scares people. But people need to be scared. Because some of those people that are dealing with drugs are the ones that are killing your brothers, your sisters, your babies, all these type of things. So let's not get all worked up over that. And unless you got another word, unless we got another thing that we can do, but let's try and figure it out while we're sitting here. If that comes back up again. Randy?
Mr. Mauser, can you come around here and stand next to me, please? I'm going to get even with him after all this teasing I've been getting for the last couple of years.
What do you want me to do? Lift you up?
So you have 2 men sitting in front of you, or standing in front of you, and you may not know this, but we do see eye to eye a lot of times. Seriously, that's kind of a statement that I want to make too, is that I'm not a registered tribal member here, but I've worked in this community for 10 years, and I can tell you that my heart is with this community. Okay? Another example. I was a little bit late this morning coming here to the bingo hall because my daughter Jessica who works at the Lactoflamo School, is participating with the prescription drug return policy at Marshfield Clinic Lakeland Center with Mr. Bob Kovar. I was not born and raised in this community, but I've learned a lot in the last 10 years about this wonderful community. And many people have been patient with me to help me understand that the way I was raised isn't necessarily the way members of this community were raised. And a lot of people have been patient with me to help me understand there's a lot of wonderful people in this community, a lot of wonderful things happen. And Mr. Mawson reminds me that anytime I need that reminding, so thank you for that leadership. I just made a note here too. Many people don't know who I am. Just briefly, again, my name is Randy Samuelson. I've been here for about 10 years working in this community, about 25 years in healthcare administration. But my experience prior to coming here, I'm convinced that the things that I learned in those previous 15 years has helped me here. When you're younger and you hear somebody that says, you know, it's kind of meant to be, I truly believe that being here in Lactoflamo is truly meant to be for me. And it's been a pleasure to work with this community. I want to introduce a person on our clinic team, Mr. Andy Friedley. You may have seen him at the pharmacy window. You may know who he is, but you may not know a couple things about him that I'd like to share. He's born and raised in the Northwoods. It's a Manfish Waters. And he and his wife Annie were born and raised in the Northwoods, went on to get their education. They are called a PharmD. They're a doctorate in pharmacy. That is the highest degree that you can obtain as a pharmacist. And he and Annie are two PharmDs in Peak Christensen Health Center with the most advanced degree that you can get as a pharmacist. One of the things you may be aware of is that we have this anticoagulation clinic that happens. And it's very important for you as a patient that if you know what that means, they take blood tests, they basically counsel and educate. And I believe we're the only clinic in Wisconsin, only tribal clinic in Wisconsin that has PharmDs. So I wanted to share that with you. Some of the steps that we're doing to help with what I'll call abuse. Some are aware of this, some are not. The controlled substance abuse agreements. The result of that is, I think 10, 15 years ago, there was not nearly the use on prescription drugs than there is today. And so we really by no choice need to do something differently. And the whole country is doing the same thing. The whole country is realizing that the prescription drug abuse problem is out of control. And just recently, I think it was today's Saturday, I think it was on Thursday morning on National Public Radio, they talked about that the National Pharmaceutical Association's looking at making substantial changes and making it much harder for abuse to happen, let's say. Some of the things we're trying to do is we're trying to have options other than prescribing pain medications at Peak Christensen Health Center. We have physical therapy and occupational therapy contracted from Howard Young Medical Center. So 4 times a week we actually have professionals on site to help us with that. We have chiropractic services as well from Dr. Don Pry, from Dr. Khan. And that is helping. And there's more services that we're looking at doing in the future. But in the past, I think prescribing pain medications was the first option. Basically, in the clinic, what we're trying to do is that's the last option. We're going to try to have it so that if there aren't other things that can't help a person with their pain, that prescribing is going to be the last choice and not necessarily the first choice. I wanted Andy to come up and talk just a little bit about the prescription drug monitoring program within the state of Wisconsin. And we do have some literature that we can print out for you that talks in more detail about it. But basically, it's saying that the state of Wisconsin is working with providers. Patients and providers are going to be monitored more and more every day. And I think 5 years from now, it's going to even be tighter. So please know that when you get a medication that's prescribed to you that's a controlled substance, it's going to be tracked not only in the state but nationally. And the person who's prescribing that medication for you is also going to be tracked. And personally, I think that's a good thing. Okay? Andy?
Good morning. The PDMP, or the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program, is something relatively new to the state of Wisconsin. Basically what it is a statewide drug database that we submit information to, and they collect all the information on monitored prescription drugs. So a lot of people are wondering what monitored prescription drugs are. It is all controlled substances in the state and federal level, and also tramadol. The controlled drugs include narcotics like Vicodin, Percocet, ADHD medications like Adderall, Ritalin, even sleeping medications and anxiety medications are collected. We submit the information to the state on a daily basis. It's done every day at the end of the day, and every prescription that is considered controlled is submitted to them. This started January 1st of this year. We started submitting information, and then on June 1st of this year it became live, where you can go in and access all the information from every pharmacy in Wisconsin. Every pharmacist and every doctor in Wisconsin has access to this system. It's all real-time information, so they can go in and look before they prescribe a medication and see what you received from other pharmacies or other doctors. The purpose of this program is to help decrease doctor shopping, and ultimately it's going to help with patient safety as well. Decrease the amount of fraudulent medications and medications that are potentially diverted. As I said, it's all real-time information, so if you go to the doctor and get a prescription, that information will be submitted immediately to the state. And say if you went to the emergency room and got a prescription, then went to a pharmacy, and then you try to go somewhere else and fill, in something similar, the pharmacist can look at it and then they'll know, you filled this somewhere else, so they'll have to look at it, talk to the doctor, and see if it's appropriate for it still to be filled. You might ask, is this a violation of your privacy? Is the information secure that's being submitted? And the answer to the question is yes. All the information submitted to the PDMP is protected, just like your health information. Like if you went to the clinic, it's all protected under the HIPAA law. Anyone have any questions on it at all? It's all kind of new to everyone, so. Yeah. It's not written on a triplet. It's all. Okay. She asked if the information, if the prescriptions would be written on a triplicate form so it could be submitted. All the information is submitted online, so it's not submitted by paper at all. So your prescriptions are still written on your typical prescription paper that we've used in the past. Yes.
I have a question here. You were talking earlier about your physical therapy in place of given prescriptions. I went to the doctor down in Nagua. My knee is getting weak. And I asked him to give me a shot for the knee. He said, no, because I'm diabetic. I said, no, there's many that up over at the PCC clinic because of the fact that they want us to use that clinic first. So I go ahead and I do that. Now I'm shocked because I don't do drugs. The only drugs I take are what is prescribed to me. And there are no openings at all for physical therapy. There are 15 people ahead of me. And I gave them that information and not even got back to me. So I think you would have a problem there with your physical therapy. People that don't do drugs like that can't get in there.
So you're saying we have an access problem, we need to improve that, so thank you for letting me know that. Right now, we have physical therapy 4 half-days a week. It looks like we need to expand that. One of the things too is access problems, and you're absolutely right, there should be a waiting line. In medical, in pharmacy, or not in pharmacy, but in optical as well, I'm not sure how to say this, but 1 out of 4 or 1 out of 5 people no-show to their appointments. And that creates a little bit of an access problem as well. We should be able to do more same-day appointments as we can. The difficulty is if people don't show up for their appointments, then we've blocked time in the physical therapy schedule, and if people don't show up for that, then it's hard for us to get scheduled in. So we've got to work on doing a better job of helping patients get in to be seen, because we aren't any good to the community if you can't see us, right? That's what I hear you saying, so, okay.
I have seen programs that really battle addiction addicts. One of the things I've asked about in the past was daily distributions of the good narcotics like oxys or I don't know what else. There's some good ones out there. But anyway, giving the people their maximum dose per day instead of a whole bottle of pills, I think would be less expensive than having some of our tribal members having to stay in a facility the rest of their life or burying them. I've asked that over and over again, and it just keeps getting ignored. Why won't the clinic do a plan like that? It's all about the money.
There are, in my view, there are things about prescription medications that I personally, do not agree with. Some of them have to do with safety, some of them have to do with diversions. An example is when Officer Brandenburg talked to me about, let's have a prescription drug return program at Pete Christensen Health Center. I said, that sounds like a good idea, we should do that. Why not? It's illegal to do that. And I thought, what do you mean it's illegal to do that? I mean, we're the ones that are prescribing and dispensing the medications. We should be the ones that are bringing it back in. But that creates opportunities for diversion. And there's a process that, because somebody checks in their pills or their medications, well, then what happens with them? Okay, I don't agree with that. I personally think we should be able to do that. But if we do that, then we lose our license to be able to prescribe the medications for our patients. So it's kind of between a rock and a hard spot. So the dispensing of medications every day, to me, there's a merit to that. The downside is if, I don't think this is a good excuse, but it is one of the reasons, is the reimbursement and dispensing of the medications. You don't get reimbursed for prescribing or dispensing 1 pill a day. Okay. Then the way it works, so what we have in our pharmacy now is with robotics, especially with controlled substances, it goes into that computer. I'm not sure if people realize that, but there's a big dispensing machine that when we put our medications in, it puts in the majority of our medications in that machine. And that machine tracks digitally every pill that's dispensed. So there's a tracking process that is specific to each patient, specific to each medication. And we used to do a inventory on our pharmacy once a year. So if you can imagine, we're dispensing thousands of pills in a year, and we only used to do an inventory once a year. Now our inventory is tracked daily. We know exactly the number of medications that are prescribed per pill every day, so we're tracking that even closer. I'd like to see a time and a place where we can do that medication, where people need that help, and then if it's a process where they come in once a day, you know, how can we help them? I just honestly, I don't have an answer for that as to how we can do it legally and ethically.
Besides, like, you say on the reimbursement, and say I come to the clinic and get my monthly supply of pain pills. That bottle of pills are going to be set aside for one of your staff to give to me 4 pills a day, instead of me taking the whole container and selling it and making money for the casino or whatever, you know. We have a right to do that because it's cultural, we're sovereign, so after the monthly distribution and your reimbursement issue, that's not that shouldn't be even considered.
The money is not the only issue with it. There is a legal gray area there as well. Per federal law, there are limits on how many times you can dispense a prescription. Okay, a controlled substance, you can only dispense it 6 times. You can't dispense it on a daily basis. And then, just to get back to your original question, we typically do not dispense a month's supply of controlled substances. Frequently, it would be like a 7-day supply or 14 at the most. We don't just dispense, a whole month at once. Yes, it is. Not prescribed by our physicians, I can tell you that much.
Are you guys looking at the doctors? Because I think a lot of it has to do with the doctors, where, I had quadruple bypass done in 07, and I got sent home with a whole bottle of OxyContins and Vicodin and whatnot, and that's how I got addicted, and then I went years with being addicted to all these pills. I've been clean for 3 years now, but, I think a lot of it has to do with the doctors, the way they prescribe them, how many times they prescribe them. And then, my other question for the council is with the fake marijuana, the Pope stuff or whatever, I think one way we can get rid of that is going federal with it, with taking the companies. We have to take them to the Supreme Court or whatever to get those companies that are on the internet, get it to where they can't be on the internet no more or anything like that, because that's one of the big ways.
We're taking action to do that. This council has. Our attorneys are looking at that now, and we're looking at suing these guys here that are bringing that so readily, so easily through the internet. That's a good point. And congratulations on your sobriety, my friend. That's cool.
And then just to touch on the first part of your question, the prescription drug monitoring program is keeping track of who's prescribing the medications as well. So this is something that the state is, keeping data on, and they're going to look at it, and that might help, single out these doctors who are, prescribing too many pain medications or too much at a time. So hopefully, with time, this program will, allow those doctors to either shape their prescribing habits, or if they're doing something legally or ethically wrong, then the state will come down on it.
I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. Is it's too easy to write a script, and it has been too easy to write a script. I wholeheartedly agree. There was a law a while back, probably about 20 years ago. Time goes by faster than I think sometimes, but there was a law that was passed that applies to providers that says you have to address pain. Okay, it was a federal law that said that if you're a physician and you're working in an emergency room and somebody says, geez, my back hurts, okay, you have to address that pain now, they say. Back then. I think the mistake that was made back then was, okay, we'll write you a script. In my bias, this is my bias, we should have said, let's try physical therapy, let's try a chiropractic, let's try everything else, and if that doesn't work, then let's use prescription medication. But we live in a quick fix society, right? So you write a script, it's really fast, really quick, and I think that's what the whole United States fell into, is that quick fix. We're instant access, we're quick fix it now, and this is part of the reason why I think we're in trouble.
Hi, my name is Ron Belty. I'd like to know about the security system we have with patient records, because I understand that they were compromised. I'd like to know what you know of the people that compromised it, who was an employee or a hacker, or what happened. A lot of the records are also with a social security number and our health history. What happened with that?
You are correct. There was an issue that took place several months back. A person who was a past employee, who was no longer working for the clinic, past employee, went into patient records without a need to know. There was an investigation. The patients whose records were accessed incorrectly, there was a letter that was sent to each patient and giving them instructions as to what their options were. We have a HIPAA compliance officer who's well versed in knowing what your options are as far as if you want to pursue anything. It also addresses what was accessed in your specific record. Electronic health records has really changed the world of healthcare. In the old days, what would happen is, and I'll use this as an example, in the old days, you used to have your hard copy medical record in a chart, in a file, okay? And it used to be at the Tribal Center, at P. Christensen Health Center, we had a hard copy, and when any time we need to access your record, they basically pull it off the chart, pull it off the shelf, and it'd be on the nurse's desk or the doctor's desk or whatever, okay? And honestly, if you had a key to the Tribal Center back then, you could access records. We didn't have a very good security system in place, okay? And if I was working after hours, I could go into a medical record, pull a hard copy file, open it up, see what I want to see, close it, put it back in the shelf, and nobody would know the better, correct? Now what happens is, if you have access to a record as an employee, every step that you access is recorded and monitored. So if there's a suspicion of somebody doing something wrong, electronically, we can determine if that was accessed inappropriately or not. So the bad thing is, we had an issue with confidentiality. I hope that people will know that it could have happened in the past, probably happened in the past, but we in the past had no way of catching that then. So, the other thing is, I knew when this came about that this was going to be an issue. But I kept telling myself, patients have a right to know. We need to tell them this happened. I'm the health director. It's ultimately on my responsibility. But we've got to do this. We've got to help people understand that this happened and fix it. And some of the things we'll be doing to improve is a new employee at the clinic now not only has this standard HIPAA training, but there'll be an audit in their first 30 days of employment to make sure that they're doing things correctly. If they're doing things incorrectly, they'll lose their job immediately. The second thing that we'll be doing too is like random drug testing as an employee. We'll randomly monitor employees and where they're going in the charts, whether they should be or shouldn't be. And then the last thing is that I talked to council about, we need to be a little bit more discretionary on putting employees in positions where they're at risk for those violations, and they've been very supportive of that.
I'd like to ask why the big gap in time regarding notification that our records were compromised. It occurred June 7th. I got a letter dated September 27th. I received the letter in the mail October 9th. Office of Civil Rights wanted to know why the big gap in time and why we weren't notified earlier when our stuff was accessed.
After the initial investigation, there was a more, I'll call, thorough investigation. We wanted to make sure that we did this process correctly. When you go through an audit, as you can imagine, there's a lot of detail to it. And the detail, the number of charts and the detail that was required to do that was part of the reason for it taking a long time. The second thing, the last thing is we wanted to make sure that what we did was correct. So wanting to make sure that in the process of identifying who's identified, how it gets communicated, you've got patients who are maybe under the age of 18, you've got the guardian issue, what is the correct way of doing this? And it honestly took longer than what we would have liked to have, but we wanted to make sure it was done correctly. The immediate action that was taking place as far as the termination, that happened right after we discovered that it had taken place, so within a week that was done.
That's the same question I was going to ask her. I was wondering what kind of action they took, because we never used early. Then our health representatives are after, they got into it. So, who can we trust themselves? If they can easily access our records, who was monitoring these records? And we should be told what exactly records that we get.
If your record was accessed, this is part of the questions that we asked for guidance on with the Office of Civil Rights is, what communication can take place, what can't take place, but you're absolutely right. If a person's record's been accessed appropriately, it needs to be addressed right away and the person needs to be identified right away. I do agree with what you're saying. And,
What happened to what did they do with these records then?
no, I don't honestly know.
Well, don't you think we should find out so to protect the rest of our families?
That's what the investigation part is for, and where the Office of Civil Rights can help with that. On our part, with the issue with the employee, the employer, the employee lost their job right away. That piece is done. There's a civil part that you're talking about that the Office of Civil Rights can help with. And I would encourage you to follow up with that.
Randy, with the computer technology and the competent wages that the computer guys are paid for making sure the computer programs are running well. And I know there's security levels for certain employees. And I know that in order to do your job over there for billing or whatever department, you have to go into certain files. And then sometimes if they're not properly trained, they might click on the wrong file. Well, anyway, my question is, why aren't adequate security levels put in so that kind of stuff is not happening?
Honestly, we realize that more security, more control needs to take place. That honestly needs to happen. That's correct.
And our records can put everything together. And recently I had to back and they sent me to emergencies. And I have to give all my information all over again. I come back and I got the resolution to the fire clinic. I go down to Wasta, I stay down there because I have to get a shot in my back. Come back, and then I go to surgery, and each place that I go, they want my information. Nothing is in one place on me. You know, and that's what you guys are talking about. Maybe I don't want it.
The good thing is that electronic medical records can be very helpful. The bad thing is that they also can be accessible. So that's the balance between making sure you have enough security in place. We all know the internet is a very powerful thing, but there's parts of the internet that are very bad that people can access too. That's what medical records and technology that we're kind of trying to get through is, where's that happy medium? There's got to be security measures in place. We have talked with people like Marshfield Clinic. There's some technical things because Marshfield Clinic's medical record language is different than ours, so there's a technical part of things. There's also then, okay, if you can have access to the medical record at Marshfield Clinic, you want some limitations there too. So the whole world is kind of going through this technology part. I am glad to know that if there is a patient who needs to have medical records sent to them and they're at Mayo Clinic or they're in Madison or they're in Wausau, we can electronically transfer those a lot quicker than what we used to. The old hard copy records took a long time. Also, many times, the old medical records, to be honest with you, weren't as accurate as they are now. And I'll use an example. You know, my name's Randy Samuelson. If I have a Randy Samuelson Jr., lab was run, that hard copy went into Randy Samuelson's record. Well, which Randy Samuelson record did that go into? Now it's digital, where it's tracked with the patient specifically. So those electronic medical records are a lot more accurate than the paper copies are.
Those people that just compromise the records and stuff like that for employees, what is their punishment? Was they fired, or was they prosecuted, or sued, or what? They have to be known that they can be punished for doing something like this. You know, I mean, Indians or tribal members, whatever, they said what they punished. Records are very important. Everything.
So the abuse of civil rights can be handled and addressed through the Office of Civil Rights. If you received a letter, you can contact the Office of Civil Rights. And part of the process is we sent letters to those patients and gave numbers. The problem was that was during the government shutdown, so a lot of people were frustrated that they just got voicemails or people didn't answer. But the Office of Civil Rights can answer those questions of what can you do from a civil rights standpoint. Now, there's a difference between the employer-employee relationship, and that was handled and dealt with. Now you're asking for your rights, your human rights, and that is handled through the Office of Civil Rights.
So you're saying that someone is fired for accessing records, medical records, and basically they're being fired, and it's up to the people that got the letter in the mail to file their complaint with the state. And so are you saying that, say, 50 people got their records by access, then the state is going to take the next step? The police department here isn't going to prosecute like if you're working in Monaco. I think working in Monaco and you access some of the records, I think you can charge it something other than getting fired and leaving it up to the state of Wisconsin to make their jurisdiction here. Even if we are on a reservation, that is still the state government. I mean, drugs are drugs. I mean, it's not like you're prescribed Viagra or something.
But, you know, you gotta understand too that we've got to understand that we've got an ongoing investigation, and there's certain things that can be done that are not privy to the general public out there. So you can't, pretty hard for Randy to sort of say, well, we'll drag this person and hang them on our pole here in Lac de Flambeau. That can't be done. We've got to allow the law to take its course, and he's already identified that people that have those can get a hold of the principal people to go further. But that's, but like I'm saying,
They are going to make the decision of coming here and prosecuting the person.
well, what I'm saying is ongoing investigation. I don't know, they don't tell me, but that's just the way the process goes right now.
We have legal people here, we have drugs, I'm sure we have other legal representatives on our reservation. And I would think that the steps that we would take to protect our people with the medical records that we can access would be for us to take the next step. I don't think that we should wait for the paperwork to come through. Red tape usually could take 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. I mean, if you're talking about drugs, and you're talking about protecting our people, then I think we should be doing more to protect the people that are using the drugs to get well. To be healthy, you're not going to be able to be healthy if you're not doing anything to prosecute someone who's illegally accessing our records and then sent home and wait for the state to file their paperwork. I mean, it doesn't seem fair if we're here in a state of emergency going against things that people are doing with drugs. Why are we not making the decision here today to help our people who are needing drugs to get well? I mean, it's like a contradiction. Just wait. Wait for what? For another person to work at the pharmacy, clinic, whatever, to access someone else's records? I mean, fair is fair, but us as us being on a reservation, not guidelines, don't have the same guidelines as living in Monaco.
we would be protected. Because the thing I feel is if you don't have protection for our people that have to live here in our future, then why are we even talking about prescription drugs?
You know, some of the stuff you talk about is agreeable, but you gotta understand, I don't know what I'm gonna tell you, that we can't interfere when investigations go on. It isn't like this tribal government has not done anything. That's why Randy's continuing to deal with this issue as we talk here today. It isn't that you go like that and it happens. But, I mean, it's easy for you to say that. Why aren't we getting something done? We are getting things done, but there's a process that we gotta go through when these type of situations come up.
The
So,
options.
go
Randy
ahead.
had the options. Randy just explained to me the options. And, you know, I know, say if they take your records and they arbitrarily use your social security number, or, you know, use this information, stealing your identity or what, I know for sure that's a crime. But I just asked Randy that question, and he's got the answer.
There's two sides to this issue where there's an employer-employee relationship where once this was identified, the employee's employment was terminated. This is where I was talking about before about trying to figure out what is the appropriate things for us to do. So once that's been resolved and that's been taken care of. But you also have a right for your patient rights being protected, and from a civil rights standpoint. And that's what they explained to us, is that for the Office of Civil Rights, you can file a complaint to the Office of Civil Rights. If you do that, then the Office of Civil Rights has to respond to your request.
I guess what everybody here is looking for is if we go ahead and we make these complaints, like you are advising us to do, I think everybody just needs a little enlightenment about what kind of steps is the civil rights thing going to do for us as individuals making these complaints. I think everybody needs to kind of know what kind of steps is the civil rights complaint do for our people or for our individual people that have had their records accessed.
They have the ability to fine people based on the severity of the infraction.
So that's what I think people are looking for, that kind of answer about. If they go ahead and make this complaint, what's going to become of it?
I'm kind of in a little bit of a hard spot because I need to be communicating with people, but at the same time, I'm not trying to create a mob. You know what I'm saying? I'm just know that I'm a little bit of, I understand what you're saying, so I'm trying to just encourage you to use that tool of the Office of Civil Rights, and if you have issues, call me personally and we'll work with our HIPAA compliance officer to make sure that you're getting your questions answered and addressed. We would be happy to do that for you. Tom said one more.
Thank you again, Randy. That's just part of, the duties of a director of our Pete Christian Health Center. I just encourage the people, if you want a one-on-one with him, just get a hold of his secretary, and he's open. He'll set up different meetings with different people within his staff. So feel free to do that, because that's your clinic, and that's your. If you got a question to ask him them hard questions. Be good for both you guys. I'd like to, the whole purpose here today is give an idea of what this emergency situation has brought about. I got the judge here, and I'm gonna have Deanna and Glory to see just how that program works, or how things have worked in the last couple, 3-4 months. To identify, did things go up, or was it bad, or is it leveling off, or whatever, so you girls be prepared to do that. Judge?
Morning, everybody. As everybody probably understands that we have a wellness court here in town, Flambeau, and we're working in conjunction with Vilas County. And I'd like kind of to give an overview of what's happening there. In order to become involved in the wellness court, you have to be convicted of a drug-related crime through Vilas County. So it has to be a criminal offense. And by working with the DA and the judge in Vilas County, that person is then recommended for inclusion into our wellness group. There's a team of about 12 of us that then will take that recommendation and see if this person is eligible. And first of all, we treat our tribal members, and also people who also live here in the tribe. Currently, we have 3 participants in our wellness course. It is going very, very well. I know there's more that we could take on, but right now we do have 3. And what the court is looking to do is, next year, after we get pretty good at what we're doing, is to include the juveniles into our wellness court, because that's another section, another discipline that we need to address. We understand that there is a high need for that. We really want to help this community, and that's our goal. Next year we'll be doing it with our youth. Unfortunately, I can tell you that I have seen a lot of cases dealing with underage drinking, drug use among our members here. It hasn't seemed to cut off too much, but it's certainly when the defendants come into court, they know and they understand the court's position, and that is going to be punishment, but we will also help you, offer our assistance. We offer our programs that we have here in the tribe, and we certainly refer them to those programs. We just hope that they use them. But the repeat offenders come back, and unfortunately they get more and more fines. That's sort of the statistics for the court side. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, we got 2 hands up, 3 hands up.
Why do you have to be convicted of a drug charge? What is the drug thing that you're talking about?
Well, you have to be convicted in order to have to come through the court. And the group that is formed decided that it should be a criminal offense for now. We're going to change this later on and add more and more people to it. But for now, we need to be convicted in Vilas County and have a deferred judgment against you, so that you're sitting out there and the person has some sort of incentive to complete the wellness court. If they do not complete the court, then they go back to jail. Yeah, so that's sort of the incentive of them to participate in completing our program.
As you all know, I really am not, can you hear me? I'm really against this banishment. But I went to the last week meeting, and all week long I thought about this. And I think one of the things that we can do besides banishment is loss of responsibility. Because when you're under the influence of drugs, you cannot think straight. And I think instead of banishment, they should lose the right to their per cap, their voting, signing any petitions. You can't go hunting, but there are alternatives to banishment. Back when we were young kids living in the village, we did something wrong. We were laughed at. Nobody talked to you all day. That was really rough. That hurt worse than spanking. This can also go towards violence towards each other, alcohol-related car accidents. But there are things that we can take away that, you know, that is a right as a tribal member. That if they can't abide by our rules and have respect for each other, keys can be taken away. If they like, if they're into drugs and all that, you don't go to the clinic, you're not seen at the clinic unless you have an appointment. And I think that would be a kind of an alternative instead of banishment. Because nobody likes to be turned away from the tribe. Or worse yet, banishment is not gonna help anybody. So, I'll just turn it around.
Have you, when you finish that program, have you guys had the wellness program? Through the courts and all that, and if they complete that, is that taken out of your record?
It's not taken off the record, but they will not serve the sentence that was given to them by the judge. For instance, if they were sentenced to a year in jail, and they come through and complete the wellness court, then they will not have to serve that sentence. And wellness court is not something that you're involved for only 1 month or 2 months. This is an 18-month at the minimum program. So they're going to be with us for about a year and a half.
Wouldn't you think that, like, taking that out of the records would help them to get a better job or to get a job with that being on their record?
Yeah, that's something we can look at and maybe talk with the judge and see if it can just be taken off the record. Certainly that would help. And we also need the help of the community to support these people because they really need support.
Gary, you had mentioned that in a drug-related charge that they can have a chance to qualify for the wellness court after conviction. What about for alcohol-related offenses? Those are just as destructive.
Yes, they are. You know, and it has to be, yeah, those have to be a criminal offense, so I think it's after the second OWI, it's a criminal offense. But we're looking for the people who really, really have a problem. So I think the DA, the judge, would consider someone who's like at the third or fourth OWI. Those are the people who really need the help, and those are the people that are qualified.
Does the strike one, strike two, strike three, when, in the state, when you get strike one, strike two, strike three felony, they put you like in prison for a long time. Does that happen on the reservation also?
No. You mean?
Three-time felon?
We would still take them, but in our wellness court, we kind of, we know what we're dealing with, so we expect setbacks, and we don't give up on the person very easily. They have to actually give up on us.
Mary, tell them about the referral system.
Yeah, they have to be from Biles County and referred to us from there.
When a person is referred to the wellness court, I don't know if you have a plan to share the information with the community about how this process is going to work, because I haven't seen anything out there on it. But my question would be, once a person comes to your wellness court and the people that work in it, is there going to be a designated person to mentor or coach or work with this person, or are they just going to be coming in front of a group of people and explaining what they did according to a plan or whatever? Or is there somebody going to be working with them?
Yeah. Part of the plan for each individual case is working with our Family Resource Center, our AODA specialist, our mental health specialist. And in that case plan, it's all specific to the individual. And one of the requirements that we have in there is that they find a tribal spiritual leader or mentor to help them along the way. And by using those kind of people, we make this person better and we help them down the road to sobriety. to wellness. Ken can talk more to that.
I'm Ken Hammond, the treatment coordinator for the Wellness Court. And what happens is when an individual decides to come into the Wellness Court, they're in the Wellness Court anywhere from a year to 15 months to 2 years. And we have 4 phases in the Wellness Court. The first phase is the treatment phase. And that means that they need to go through a treatment phase that consists of individual counseling, participating in groups, urinalysis testing 3 times a week, getting an elderly mentor, and providing feedback with their therapist. And there's a group going, they're doing something every day, treatment. Now that first phase can be 90 days, it could be 120 days. And if they're not following through, we can start all over with the first phase. The second phase of the treatment is that we start to get them to work more independently, meaning they need to start looking for a job, education, they need to start getting out on their own. It could be family relationships, it could be developing relationships that have been ruined as a result of whatever crime or ever they committed, alcohol or drug related. The fourth phase of it is they start to take control of their own treatment plan. So we have 4 phases that they have to get through. It's not something that is something that they say, well, we're going to do it, or we're going to try. No, you're going to have to do it. Yes?
I have a question. When you do these drug testings,
yes,
do they have to be completely out of their system? Because it took me like a whole year to get it out of my system before even after I stopped using it, it was still there a year later. How do you determine if they're using or not because it's in their system?
We got several drugs here. We use them at the Family Resource Center. We started urine drug testing. Probation and parole does urine drug testing, and then we use them at the clinic. Is Randy here? Randy's down at the clinic there. So we got 3 phases, or 3 ways of doing drug testing. But to answer your question, yes, once they're in the drug court, they need to be absolutely clean.
And by using those tests, and we have with some of the participants, we can tell that some of that stuff is still in the system. However, the percentage drops each week and each day, and then we know that the person's not using it. If it increases, then there are sanctions that we need to impose. But we're on top of that. Thank you.
Linda must have knew I was going to call on her. But Deanna and Lori can fill in. Did come on up. You're going to be up next after this, Linda. But while our girls are getting ready out there, is this information for you people? This is something that we want to, Patty, I want to thank you because I know you're very vocal in that particular area. Those are good ideas. I think we need to work on those. But you got to understand that, that word that came out of what they mean by banishment is something that, that's the very last. It could, if all the things that you identified didn't work, we'd have to do something. But we just can't keep those people in our community killing our people by bringing drugs and all this. And the whole idea of this year particular meeting was to go to another level. We did run out some of those people that were the drug lords that were coming here. Matter of fact, they tried to replenish the load the very next day after we had those meetings. But we've got people in our community, are doing this right now. And I guess the whole other thought we got to put in your minds, what do you want to do with that? How do you want that to happen? Do you want those people selling drugs right next to your relatives, your babies? What if they get into them or whatever? So, I mean, that's just a lot of things that this your governing body has been, trying to put forth out there. What do we do now? We've chased some of the culprits out. They still try to come back in. We've got our police putting a run on them. But we've got these here different programs, like the judge and the clinic, what they're trying to do. And I was gonna ask Deanna because, we have a large segment of people right now. I don't know if they're just starting to realize it's getting cold out there. They need some help. Summer wasn't the best summer. But now we're running into a lot of different other issues out there. And maybe Deanna can help because I get a lot of people to my desk and asking for this type of help. So Deanna?
Excuse me, Tom? Excuse me, I just want to say one thing. You guys got a list of names, but you don't have faces behind those names. That's what we need. What if those people come to our community? How are we supposed to know who they are,
That's right.
We don't know that. You got a list, all right, but we don't know those people, so.
Bobby, we were working on that with Brandon Burb. He's trying to get those names out there. We want to put the names out here and the faces out here to show people who is. And if they do come back, please call our police department. Because we don't want them around you. We've totally other tribes, we totally other townships. So it isn't like we not do nothing. But yes, we will get the faces if we can, okay?
Yeah, the other tribes are asking for it too, Bobby. Due to Chippewa Confederation, the other 5 Chippewa tribes, they want them pictures so they don't get filtered into their reservations. Yeah, we're working on it. We'll have it soon.
Okay, this surprised me, so I'm not too sure of what Tom is asking, but our program is, I guess the main thing is the TANF program, which is doing drug testing. We do background checks in kinship care and child care. A lot of people have questions on how TANF works with the drug testing, how they go about, I guess, the 1, 2, 3 strike you're out procedure. We have the energy assistance, which is just starting up, and because of the government shutdown, we weren't putting out prices, and as of yet, we still don't have the money available for that. Then there's general assistance. I guess what is really important to everybody to understand is all the programs in our office is income eligible, depends on income eligible. And then like the GA program, all income is counted for that and for TANF. I think one of the most important things is the TANF program, and I think I'll let Gloria take over on that because she is the program manager for that. So.
Good morning. The TANF program is to help families that have from 0 to 17 or when your biological or adopted child turns 18. And the whole goal of TANF is for the family. And there is the drug testing within TANF. That is the only program within the Economic Support Department that does do drug testing. And right now it's a hair testing. And there is a 3-strike rule. TANF is only, the limit for TANF is 60 months or 5 years. It doesn't need to be consecutive. A family can come on and come off, but the maximum allowable is 5 years. And the whole goal during that 5 years is to help that family become self-sufficient, whether it's through employment training, whether they're furthering their education, but to help them in their goal in providing for their family. And a way to do that is, within TANF we drug test. And like I said, it's a hair testing. We have a 3-strike rule over the entire 60 months. The first offense for a positive drug test is that client is referred to the Family Resource Center or a counseling facility to get services needed. It is up to that client then and their counselor to determine the level of services needed. Once they complete that, we're good to go. We do test on a very first positive 90 days later to see where that client's at. And a second positive will shut the case down for a period of 90 days unless that second positive shows a decrease of drugs that are in that individual system. If it shows a decrease, we're not going to penalize them for that because that shows that they are looking towards becoming self-sufficient. You know, I heard here just a little bit ago, you know, drugs were still in the system for a year. So we look at the levels, and that's why we maintain with the hair. We go back 90 days on the hair testing. So a second positive will shut the case down for 90 days if there's no proof of those levels decreasing. A third and beyond positive shuts that case down for a year. And in developing that, the whole goal of TANF is to help that family become employable or to become self-sufficient. It's really not to penalize them, but if you go off this reservation, a majority of those jobs are you have to drug test. You have to drug test at McDonald's, you have to drug test most other places, and that's our goal, is to help these families maintain their employability or to advance that. One of the areas that we're looking at coming before the council on, and this is actually will be a surprise to the leaders that are here today, is that one of the areas that we're having issues with in drug testing is the synthetic drugs, is the pulp. And we were in some preliminary discussions with the clinic on doing a dual drug test system, sending the clients to the clinic for the pulp, for the synthetic testing, and then going through the hair testing. But we have yet to have those discussions. And again, it's really not to penalize those families because our goal are those children. Those children, you know, there's issues that we've been dealing with that's been out there, but we've been trying to deal with it more, is fraud, food stamp fraud. Selling your food stamps, be it for an addiction or be it for diapers. It's still an issue that our office is trying to work with. Again, not trying to penalize providing services, but yet realizing some of those addictions are out there. And even though an individual may be selling their food stamps, it may not be for the addiction, but it might be to provide for services that the food stamps don't cover. You know, necessary daily needs, shampoo, diapers. So we're looking at ways to help families with that. We've been in discussion, I believe over a year ago now, Betty, correct me, that we talked about a local food pantry. You know, a couple departments came together and looking at developing a pantry here in Lac Flambeau to help our families. So we're still would like to pursue that, even a personal essentials pantry, paper products, toilet paper, paper towels, services that are needed in this community versus having all our members having to go off into the Monaco community, to the Boulder Junction community, or even to Rhinelander, because there is a personal products pantry down in Rhinelander. So, and we are working with the police department on the fraud issue. It's a slow process, again, trying not to penalize, but making it aware to the clients that if you're doing it, it is against the law. And, you know, to refrain from that. If you need help, our office is really there to help you. You know, it may not seem like it at times if people come in and don't get what they want. It's because we have rules, we have guidelines that we have to follow. And none of our funding comes from general fund. It's all state or federal, and those come with guidelines that we have to follow, or the funding will no longer be there. Any questions? The TANF program, because like I said, TANF is the only one. TANF covers the drug, the program pays it.
I think everybody knows that I've had a history battling hair testing, TANF clients, and there was a legal opinion from the state of Michigan on, it was against the person's rights to drug test them for public services. But I agree with working with people that have alcohol and drug issues, and that's the majority of the TANF clients. But to cut them off after 3 months, when it's a learned behavior through their lifetime, that's what I don't agree with. And then I've handed out a report to some of the council members that when I was doing unemployment will not accept hair testing as a valid test because there's no scientific proof of a cutoff date. Because hair is porous, you could get it into your system other than actively, using. So I think that continues a vicious cycle for community members of giving up, going back to using, and I think a new approach needs to be done. Such as using the hair testing as collaborating use. Like the Quest diagnostic company that we use, we have it turned around. We should be testing them with urine tests and then collaborating suspicion with the hair test. We're just cutting people off at the door when they come in and they've been sober or drug-free for 30 days, 60 days, but we say the drug test goes back 90, then that's the cycle. They say, forget it, I'm just gonna go back to what I know. Nobody does that in the United States except us.
I'm going to disagree with you because you had indicated a majority of them are AODA or drug issues, and they're not, Jeannie. We've got a small handful within TANF that do have issues, and it's up to the individual if they come to me, and I've had clients come to me and say, you know what, Gloria, I've been clean. I've been clean for 60 days. And it's those clients that I work with, that we do work with when they're honest with us. And we do work with them and say, okay, if you think you're gonna flag, let us know. And they're in a program, or they may have fallen back and said, you know what, I hit a bump, but I'm going back to the family resource or wherever. And those are the small cases or a case by case that we do work with. We don't just cut them off. But it takes that client to be honest with us and to say, here's where I'm at, and I am struggling a little bit. But a lot of the other issues too that we are dealing with aren't drug related, they're alcohol related. And we work with them, let's just put it that way. We work with them, and like I said, it's a small majority of the clients that I have. Clients right now, a majority of them are going to school, whether it's getting their GED, HSED, or furthering their education with higher ed and college.
Thank you, Jeannie.
I think those are really good ideas that everybody's talking about every day. Because to me, the most important thing is the youth. Everything's coming together in a really good way. And to me, the more you keep on everyday use, it's easier for the children to be living a better life. Because they really have no choice. So if you continue to keep it more readily monitoring, I guess,
is really, to me, what's gonna help, because you can't have the long gaps when children are there, because you fix the family, you fix the parents, but the children are still gonna be living there. So, if you just 3 months, 6 months, further apart, it's not gonna help the children, because if the parents continue to use whatever it is, the children don't have any way to help themselves. So I think what you're doing is a really good idea of whatever it is to keep a monitor on the family.
Thank you.
I do have one, the TANF program is unique in itself, is that we, as a tribe, or the Lac Flambeau tribe, can write our own TANF program. We write a majority, we have rules that we have to adhere to as far as the federal government, but we also have the ability to incorporate some of the needs here for what fits Lac Flambeau, to incorporate that in that plan. Right.
Good question.
Not a question, I have a comment. I am Mary Charlotte, I am the site coordinator for the Great City Hall. And I'd like to see us put our heads together to do something different, because, you know, people are sober 60 days and they're coming over to college, they're not ready. And then they get themselves in trouble with another federal program because Pell is coming down. And if you don't show 60% progression rate in that first semester now, you are going to lose that, and that sets you up for the rest of your life. So I'd like to see us come together on something. I mean, we've been talking lately, and we've got, you know, we have more communication about how much time those students need to be in classes and doing homework, but we need something else that takes something, a gap between I just got sober and I want to go to school, because you are thinking cotton when you first are sober. And we need something, I don't know, I want to go back to the college and talk about, can we come up with a class that would be, whatever amount of hours a week it is, that would get them ready for college. And I don't know how that would be funded, because we're best funded by PIA, but we need something else, because I see people who, I call it that 5-week syndrome. They make it through that first 5 weeks of school, and then some kind of drama happens in their life and they can't do it anymore. And it's disheartening.
Are these TANF plans?
Yes, they are. They're TANF clients. We have a lot of TANF clients at the college, and they start off doing really well. Okay, I welcome that. Thank you.
Oh, the new TANF plan, the current contract that we're under expires in December 31st of 2014. So next year, beginning probably in January, February, we will be looking at rewriting the plan for 15, 16, and 17. So I mean, input is welcome. So you can contact our office. We will be holding public hearings on what we're going to need to put into that plan for the next 3 years. So thank you.
I think I just want to mention that our department is here to help you. We get a lot of phone calls and name calling, and it's hard to work in there with the community and our relatives, you know, that do some of this to us. So the decisions that are made in that department, I don't make by myself. I have 2 of the staff help me. So.
You know, one of the things that these your different programs do, and I wanted to mention that, Randy, are we still looking at people to sign up and because of Obamacare and all this type of stuff? Do we need some assistance from the TANF? Do we need some assistance from the different programs? I know we've had a lot of discussion. Just speak into the heart.
Testing. When the computer system of the government gets fixed, sounds like in a couple weeks it's going to have some of their glitches fixed, but we do have 2 people who have completed training to be able to sign people up. And we are prepared to be able to help people with getting signed up for insurances. One of the things we're trying to figure out first is some members of the community will be losing insurance through medical assistance, but also some people will be eligible. We're trying to figure out who that is. And I'm guessing probably in about 4 weeks, we'll start enrolling people once the system's working a little bit better. I don't want to enroll somebody right now because there's too much information that says that their computer system isn't working, and I don't want to lose that enrollment piece.
Thanks, sir.
Something else to go along with that is beware of the scams that are going on in Indian country. Some of these insurance people are reaching out, especially to our elders, and by the phone or showing up on their doorstep saying, hey, if you don't sign up with us now, you guys are going to be subject to a tax penalty. And they're doing that, you know, not just to our elders, but to other people. So I highly suggest that you get a hold of Randy's 2 people that have been trained within this Obamacare, and it's the way to do it. So buyer beware.
Okay, I'm going to ask Linda to come up. She's our director of our family resource program, and I believe the very first time we had a gathering of this nature, a lot of people went to her program and asked for help. And at that particular time, monies weren't available. I know that this year government appropriated a lot of dollars to put on top of this year issue to help the people that were crying for help. And Linda, if you want to sort of pick up on that from there, please.
Good morning. I've heard a lot of good things here this morning, and I just wanted to state for myself that the police department and probation and parole and the court system are all part of the punitive systems that we have here in the tribe, you know, and I am very proud of our tribe's programs because they are here to help people, even though it hurts some of us for the people that are involved in them in whatever way they are. And I'm a family person myself, you know, when I go and I write to my nephews that are in jail or in prison and I go see them down there, I see a lot of our tribal members, just our family that's out there. We have people in our families that are doing good and people who aren't doing so good. I know how it is when we care about people and we're worried about them. We want them to do good. And especially a lot of the grandmas, and I see them all running around, you know, taking care of their kids and grandkids and babysitting and going to the schools and their little basketball, volleyball games. I know it's hard for all of the families. We've got the problems that are in between the more punitive services and the ones that are helping. That's like any child welfare and domestic abuse. They have some of the hardest programs because they work in the courts and they're advocating for people, trying to get people to do their mandated services so they can get their kids back. And you know, in another way, I think that we have a whole helping and healing kind of an effort going on in Flambeau. People do want help. There are supposed to be monies for AODA treatment and things coming through the tribe. I don't have a lot of detail on that yet. But I think there's a lot of good changes for tribal members. We need more good happening when people are coming home from prison, from AODA treatment, from jail, from hospitals, from nursing homes. We have to have something set up here because I know it's easy to say, yeah, we've got something set up to help people. But we see people who go out there and they want to get that help. They sign up for jobs, but they don't even get an interview. And I have seen a lot of these people can't even apply for a job because maybe they saw a little bitty thing from the store and it's like they're a major criminal, can't even get a job in the store. And so yeah, it's easy for us to say, yeah, there's a lot of jobs and stuff out here for people, but it's not that easy for the ones that are down and out and have made their records kind of dirty. I also want to say that people have to want help. And I think family members are the best advocates for those people that need to make some changes. I think there's a lot of good education efforts that are happening here in Flambeau. The whole language revitalization program is wonderful. A lot of our kids are learning that. Some of the best speakers are the ones from prison. Honest to God, I swear, because I know, I've talked to them, I hear them. And change is hard. And many of our people are alcohol and drug free, but people don't know it, and we don't get pats on the back either. But we're here, and we're there, and we're talking to our relatives, and we're trying to support them. We are trying to provide more trauma-based services, but I think we need to quit tearing each other down. We have a lot of hurt things way from the past, and we need to work on forgiving and trying to move in a more positive way within the tribe here. I would like to introduce Flo Valier is her maiden name, Ninham, who was kind of recruited by Tom to get the Silver Transitional Living Home started. She will speak first, and then after that, her husband Ken will speak in regard to moving toward making that a certified residential facility for AODA. Thank you.
You know, Linda said a magic word here just a second ago. Why don't we get all the people to stand up to say that they're alcohol and drug free? Come on, you guys. Stand up, I am. Let's give everybody a hand, because that's what it's all about. Get with you, guys.
Good morning, everybody. Flo Ningham, and I work for the Family Resource Center as an AODA counselor and family services case manager. Last year, around May, Tom approached me and asked if I'd be interested in opening up some type of a homeless shelter. And because of the situations that we're up against right now regarding alcohol and drug problems, decided to use the house as a sober transitional living home. And since we've been open, we've had 64 participants come through. And of those 64, 12 of them were repeats, at least once. And the total nights for these people was 2,389 nights since September 30th, as of September 30th, 2013. I'm a little nervous. I don't get so much. But as far as the shelter, they don't just come in there and stay and do nothing. Okay, they're required to participate at the Family Resource Center, and they also participate in groups. We have a women's bride group that the women in the shelter attend. This group works with the trauma issues of the people here that have been in some situations, sexual abuse, domestic violence, child abuse issues. And they also participate in what we call a corrective air thinking group. And Ken will talk a little bit more about how that group goes. They're required to attend anger management, independent living skills, and aftercare groups when they complete their AODA portion of their treatment. And we also have a men's wellness group. Okay, and just recently we started doing urinalysis testing there, and that's been going quite well. We've only had a couple of people that tested positive while there, and when that stuff like that happens, what we've been doing is we work with them. We're not gonna put them out on the street again. It's an illness, and we need to get them into treatment. And that's some of the things that we're doing now is we're actually, if they can't survive in the shelter, because that is transitional living there, we do not have people there 24/7 supervising over these people that stay there. And so they do have a lot of freedoms to come and go. And so then sometimes they just get out back into the community somewhere and hook up with people they were with before that were using, and they end up relapsing. So
we're not there to punish, we're there to help them. And as long as they're willing to get back up and work the program with us, we're willing to work with them. We've been getting referrals a lot from treatment facilities. We've had other tribes that know about the shelter, been calling and asking about if they could refer some of their tribal people there. Right now, we don't have it open to other tribes. We have, just because it's so new and we're still working on the house, we keep it pretty much to our own people here. Ken will talk more about where we're moving towards. So we did get the house certified for third-party billing, so Ken and I both can counsel there. We can do billing there. We're trying to offset the costs for the tribe, because right now all the support we're getting financially is coming from general funds. We do not have staff, full-time staff there. Ken and I both, we are currently living there so that we can cover the house more. And then we have volunteers come in and help out when we're not there. And all I can say is that we've become I feel like a really good resource for other programs here in the tribe to helping our people so that hopefully they don't get abandoned from the tribe. So I'll pass it on to me.
Maybe just to follow up a little bit what Flo's talking about. You know, I don't know if you guys all know where that shelter is, but it's on the north end of Kegama. We tried bought that thing a little over a year ago. And it inspired myself and the tribal government to take a look at other shelter homes. It really came from this group of people right here that said we needed, I forget what the terminology they use, safe homes. How many people know where that old Babadosh home is? I know where it's at. It's over on Fence Lake. It hasn't been used in over 12 years. That thing is being fixed up today. It'll be turned over to the social programs looking for those safe homes. There's another home over on at Arnold Stock Road. It's going to be a 4-bedroom home, and that's going to be used to deal with, some of our problems in our community. So that's, that all came from, a group of people that was asking for that type of process. The old house up on the hill up there, that's going to be turned over to Beverly LaBarge to help our housing authority and our young people and people that need homes until we can get them into a housing authority home. And that was due to all these people sitting up here. We all participated. We all had that vision of making it happen. And Flo said a real magic word again. Like I said, how many people are alcohol and drug free? A lot of people stood up. I like those people that did stand up to encourage other people to stand up at another meeting with them. Not only that, let's get together and put our hands together and help these your type of programs that you all wanted. These your type of homes. And get a hold of Linda and Randy and different people. Let's sign up to be people that can help other people that way. Kenny, get up here. I know you want this home. It's a one night, you see how slowly he walk? And he says he's a young guy. Kenny?
They were talking about the abandonment issue, and I think Tom has taken it to the hills. Last week he came up to me and he tried to banish me. I said, wait a minute, I'm Oneida. You can't banish me, I'm someone's kid. I do want to talk just a little bit about the Family Resource Center, just a tad. I want to give you an example of just one day of what we do at the Family Resource Center, and I want to use Friday. Friday, I got to work at 8 o'clock. At 8:15, I got a call at the Lackawanna School. And they said, Ken, could you come up to the school? We got a serious issue going on. And so I had to drop what I was doing and got my coworker to meet with the patient that I was working with. And I said, yes, I can get up there. And it just so happened, it happened to be a young person who had attempted suicide at least 4 times in the last 2 months. I said, okay, I'll get up there. And they got all these people sitting around the table. And the purpose was, what are we going to do? And of course, the little person says, I don't have a problem. And of course, the mother says, I don't have a problem. And I waited for my turn, and I said, here's the problem, and here's my recommendation, and here's how you talk real assertive. Young lady, you have an addiction problem. It's called POPE. And you need inpatient treatment. And before the day is over with, I'm going to find you an inpatient treatment center. Mom, you have a problem, and it's called addiction. And before the day is over with, I'm going to find you an inpatient treatment center because we're not going to deal with this anymore. We can't deal with you, little one, if I don't deal with the mother too. This is how you deal with it. So, after that, then I get a call at Lakeland High School. And there's an issue going on over there. And so I had to run over to Lakeland High School. On the way going over there, I get a call from Randy's place at the clinic. And one of their doctors are calling me, asking me, can you help in a third-party commitment? I said, well, sure I can. And I thought that was really nice because we're starting to develop a real good teamwork with Randy's doctors and the people over there. And we're going to do a third-party commitment together. And I said, all you got to do is give me one of your doctors to sign on the line, and we'll do a mental health commitment. Those are not impossible to do. And then that afternoon, we had another person who has been attempting suicide 3 or 4 times in the last 2 months. And I said, well, we're going to find an inpatient treatment center there, and so we got that arranged. And so that's going to happen. And then towards the end of the day, we found another daughter and mother situation. So we found a mother-daughter treatment center, and we're going to deal with that. That's all in one day. Now, I want you to know that the Family Resource does this every day. Every day the Family Resource Center is doing things such as this. And so I've heard over and over and over again, geez, what do they do up at the Family Resource Center? We are very busy. We've added 8 new programs. We work in the evening. We make home visits. We're working with young people, adult people, and elders. Now I want to talk about the shelter just a little bit. My wife, this is really funny. Grandma and Grandpa's shelter reminds me of. We got it certified now so that we can do third-party billing for mental health, alcohol, and everything that falls in between. Our next goal is by right after the first of the year, and I've already talked to the state and got the applications in process. We're going to get it certified as a residential inpatient treatment center. So then, we don't have to depend on the tribe for funding. We're going to start charging for inpatient treatment for each person that comes in. Then, our approach is going to be cultural and traditional approaches. I've been doing this work for 30 years, Flo's been doing it for 25 years. We know how to put culture in. We don't need to use Western tools to treat our people. Then we're going to put a sweat lodge on the grounds. We're going to go all the way. I've been waiting a long time to do this. So this is what the plan is for the shelter, a residential treatment center. We've been quite busy. We've been getting calls like 1 in the morning. We got room in the inn, yeah. We get calls Saturday morning. We get woke up all time. Weird nights. I'm walking around in my pajamas with a candle sometimes. It's kind of fun. I mean, it is fun. It's in our blood. We can't get it out. We tried one time, we couldn't get it out. This is just natural for us. Flo and I have done this most of our lives. I'm very fortunate to be able to work with Linda Daniels and to work with the people at the Family Resource Center. We are making things happen. We are cracking.
I think another role that people don't understand is we also work with the Human Service Center, and they're the ones that brought a lot of the emergency meeting together for the kids that were, we were afraid that there was a suicide pact. And so those are some of the things that we deal with, and I'd like to thank the council for opening up the monies to start some of these things, because we never be able to do it on our own.
Let's give Linda and her team a little applause. I just want to share one other thing. Randy, Brooks, and myself, and also identified direction from the tribal government. We went to Wausau here the other day. And Ruben, Frank, we sat with the state of Wisconsin. And we're starting to make them commit more dollars to working with us, because we told them, if the tribe wasn't here, you'd have to take care of us. And I don't know how much care they take for us, but probably not a lot. But we're forcing them to get involved. We told them about the things that we're doing, and they're all excited about trying to work with us and make like the Flambeau, once again, part of the process to show off to the other tribes or show off to the other states. So I just want to say that much and identify that we're pushing the envelope in that particular area. Any of my council want to say something? Betty, come on up. There. Well, you're always sitting over there. She didn't bring me any cheese, that's why. Betty, here. So.
I just wanted to, when they were talking about these different programs with Deanna and Gloria, we talk probably 10 times a day sometimes. And out at the warehouse, we see many people every day, and it's hard to, some of the people, I had a disagreement with Randy one day because he said our people are living longer and longer, and I said no. I can prove it by my files that I have to put away, and they're younger and younger. And from diabetes, the drinking, and the commodity program has come a long way from the foods that we used to have. There's nothing but healthy foods. And through the collaboration with the other Midwest tribes, we have a nutrition education grant. And I was lucky enough to get Marty Hunt. I don't know if Joe is here to Hunt. And and Tom brought her out because he knew I was looking for a dietitian or a nutritionist.
So she brought me her credentials and we wrote the grant, and so I got her at 25 hours a week. But she's a fully certified, she used to teach at UW Wisconsin. And she's been going out to the homes, and some of our people have been, she has classes every Wednesday out there. And I didn't like the idea at first because she said, well, how are we gonna get them there? And I said, well, just, I don't agree with it all the time. I said, well, offer them a free play or something. For somebody that's never, I haven't spent $10 in the last 10 years at that casino, but here I am offering free plays. But, and then they have a drawing. And, she does go to a lot of the homes of our clients, and that's the hard part. So I'm going to be asking probably between that Chippewa Health Center and the tribe for if she could go and get another person, because either that, and I talked to Randy about it, so I'm not bad-mouthing him, but I said, your people that work with the diabetes programs, I said, they never come out of their offices. People don't even know who they are, and they shouldn't have to go, they should be going to the people, to the homes. And a lot of them have, they have no way to get there. I don't know what the transportation is for them, but that's one of the projects that I'm going to be asking for next year. Is because we not only do the commodity program, but we do the CITCO, the Citizens Energy Program, and we usually get that money in January, but Mr. Chavez passed away last year, but I'm hoping that we'll still get it, and it helps a lot of families. I think it covers just about every family that's on energy assistance. Well, it does cover everybody that's on energy assistance, but there's a lot of other people that are eligible for it. And then we have the Salvation Army, and we'll be starting to ring the bells next month, so if anybody wants to come up and take part in that. And we've helped a lot of people keep their electricity on, and through that Salvation Army. And so there's a lot of things that are available, and people come through there that need help, and we never turn anybody away. So find it one way or the other. But, I just wanted to mention that of those other energy programs. Hopefully we'll get it this year. So. But I got to thank Lucy for that. She's put all the numbers. I don't know if she's here or not, but she's the queen of the CITCO program when it comes to. Takes a lot of work and expertise with the numbers and the families. So, and we're appreciative to the CITCO board out there. They have a board of directors out of Boston that fund us each year. So with that, the diabetes programs, those need to be, because there's a lot of our people that are in the healthy lifestyles that they get the right foods, they can survive. So.
Just to follow up on Betty, thanks Betty, that's some good words there. You know, I couldn't pass up the last opportunity to speak a little bit here. Learn from Tom Olson. There's a, like I said, we tell many people, there isn't a mic that Tom doesn't like. I'm kind of catching that same thing here. But you know, what a good day today. We started it out right with that drum and that prayer and that smudging today. You know, the opening statements by Rick Jack talked a little bit about this exclusion removal. We've had a lot of our program people come in, explain some of the positive things that they're doing. We've heard the cries from our community members, and we acted. And that's why we declared the state of emergency. One of the things that wasn't brought here today was this youth build thing. Joni and Ruben have their hands full with their little ones today, with the Halloween stuff going on. So I'm gonna take the opportunity to go ahead and let you know about the youth build thing, just briefly. I know it's an over $1 million grant that they received, and they're gonna be going, working with our youth and kind of like an apprenticeship program where they're gonna be building either homes, garages, and whatnot in our community here. And they'll be overseen by these journeyman carpenters, and some of our kids will have that great opportunity to learn hands-on. That's where we kind of excel. But before we get into the budget proposal, just the last couple words on the banishment stuff that Patty talked about. The suggestion you brought were good, Patty. But remember that in the Constitution, there is an allowance to let the council act and remove and banish people. And what I was saying, that why don't we guide that? Why don't we put some rules to it? So there isn't a council 10 years from now, 15 years from now, that uses it the wrong way. That's why we want to establish this code, like I said, Patty, put them safeguards in there, where there's no factions that are going to be told that, hey, we disagree with you, so we're going to banish you. So I think if you think about that in that way, and like Tom had mentioned, and we have been mentioning all along, that it is in the last resort. We don't want to remove our people, Patty. That's the last thing. So, but if we got somebody, like I mentioned, that's going to continue to bring them drugs in and kill our people. We've had 13, 14 deaths here over the last 3 years. We simply cannot turn our heads to that anymore. 40% of our children are being born with deficiencies because of the drugs that have come from within their mother's wombs. We can't ignore that anymore. So we're here. That's why this council has acted and declared that state of emergency. So I just wanted to share them last 2 words. Eric has a few words to talk about here before we get into the budget.
Maybe just before Eric does it, I'd like to just recognize a few other people. I'd like the staff all stand up. They took time out of their busy schedule too. I don't know if they're going to go ahead and free play, but how about the tribal staff? I see Larry, I see the planners, I see our museum people. Come on, Randy, you can stand up too. Boise works at our schools. These are the people that are working hard to help. And also I'd like to recognize we've got an AO, just like an AODA, traditional place where, where he's been holding a lot of different ceremonies over at his house. Clarence, you want to stand up? He's just on the west end or the north end over here. I believe every Saturday they have a sobriety house, a sobriety place, so take time to do that. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Eric. I know he's not only a tribal council person, but he's part of our emergency situation here, not only in the town of Flambeau or the reservation, but the county also.
Thank you, Chairman. So I guess, you heard a lot of good words today, so maybe some of you are thinking, well, what's next? What direction you're going? We in the emergency management field are trained in how to deal with, power outages, chemical spills, and, storm damage issues. But we're not trained in how to deal in a state of emergency on illegal drugs. We have 6 or 8 service providers that, provide counseling services, whether it's law enforcement, courts, housing. We need to be able to coordinate this team to make sure that we're not duplicating services. And as Ken Ninton said, that programs are starting to work together. They realize the complexity of the issue we have here, but try to take it upon ourselves to hire a state of emergency facilitator. And the gentleman's name is Ryan Champagne. Maybe some of the program personnel have talked to him or seen him around, but he's here to help us identify a long-term plan on how we as a community can deal with the state of emergency. He's going to be holding public meetings, get input from our membership on which direction we should go. He's going to be meeting with program personnel, so that, you know, we have that long-range goal, that light at the end of the tunnel we're all gonna try to get to together. One of the other things he's gonna help us do is find funding so that we can sustain the programs we have, you know, so that we can sustain the sobriety shelters, so we can sustain our counseling services. So, you know, if any of the program people get a chance to meet them or sit down and interview, please give them your utmost assistance. I guess with that, I'll turn it over to any other council members that want to.
Janice, you want to come up here? Janice?
I'd just like to say a special thank you to all the program managers that are working with the community members. I know it's a challenge sometimes, and we feel underappreciated, but I know as a leader, I appreciate all your help and hard work that you're doing. So if everybody give them another round of applause, I really appreciate it. Just one more thing I'd like to add, and I really appreciate hearing different ideas, and I appreciate the things my friend Patty shared with us today regarding the banishment. And I think maybe it needs to be said another time is that the banishments were for non-tribal members. Non-tribal members, and I know people have been upset by idle gossip on Facebook, and I think you need to ask the leadership about that. And I'm sure all of us would agree that we have only talked about the banishment of non-tribal members. We're dealing at housing. I know where people are talking about the houses being boarded up, but the houses that are boarded up are not from those with the addiction issues. Those are the people that are dealing with drugs. They've had the stings that the police officers have told you about, and these are the people that are dealing the drugs. They're participating, and it's the downfall of our people, and we need to acknowledge that and let people know that people's houses who have been boarded up, that's because they aren't the dealers. Thank you.
I'd like to have Mike, Janice, administration, come on up. Just got to let you all know that we're going to work with the community in every aspect of what the needs are. So I just want to let one other, you know, we're going to lose this guy right here. It's, I think another week. About another week he's going to be with us, going to another job someplace. We appreciate Mike for his endeavor to be with us. I hope he got, every day was an education for me.
It was exciting. It was very, never a dull moment.
He said that he would stay or he would work with us because he lives in our community. If we need some help, he'd be more than willing to come back and help us.
Absolutely.
It's run by Mike. You want that? Where's that? Mike, you got a mic? There's another one. Do you have another copy?
We've had.
No.
Yeah, it's loud, isn't it? We've had several discussions on what to present for a fiscal 2014 budget. We're essentially reverting to the same 2013 budget amounts for the majority of the programs. There were a couple of adjustments, and there was an addition for the state of emergency of $1.5 million. And so for the program managers, has everybody had a chance to kind of see where the budget is as reflected on this schedule? And are there any questions from either program managers or tribal members as to where we are with a proposed budget at this point? Essentially, we need to have a discussion, make sure everybody is comfortable with where the numbers are, There needs to be a council meeting to adopt the budget sometime next week, and then the budget would actually go to formal referendum on November 1st.
You got some hands up.
Hold on, just a second, is this working? Yep.
I just need a little clarification.
Talk right into that.
It's on, right into it. I just need a little clarification regarding the numbers for the budget 2014. Is that the amount, those amounts are what we're going to be working with?
For your transitional sober living home, is that one that you're questioning?
233, yes.
It's on line 41 on page 2.
Yep.
And it's the 233-821 that you had submitted.
Right. Yes. Yes. That's the total. Yes. Okay. So, one more on to that. If that does not pass, and I'm hoping it does because it's going to make a huge difference for us. But the amounts for the 2013 of the 74,000, if that doesn't happen, then we're going to go back to the 2013 amount, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then if that happens, are we going to be able to go back and do a budget mod for that?
We'd have to, the Constitution allows for a 15% up, 15% down. And so, yes, you'd be able to come in, make a budget modification request to the council. And if there's additional funding that's going to be required for 2014, you'd have to make a presentation to the council.
Is everybody that want to get a budget? Different microphone.
I think she put that because it worked for Flo.
I work with ICW and probably over the past I work with ICW probably over the past few months since the state of emergency has been declared. Our caseload has doubled. On the budget sheet, we have no increase if we're going back to the same budget as last year.
Janine, how about if I answer so that everybody can hear? On line 42, there's a residual of $432,000 for the state of emergency. That would be split between several of the programs that will need additional funding because of the increase in workload like you're mentioning. So there will be additional funding for ICW. We need to have the actual budget submitted. I think that Kristen has put a budget together. We just need to get in front of the council and discuss what your funding needs are.
Lucy.
I wanted to find out, is this what you're going to present to the council for approval?
Yes.
Why wasn't the energy assistance program included in that? That was turned in before the deadline. Somehow it got thrown out of the budget.
It would have been a new. It would have been a new program.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking why it wasn't included. There are plenty of new programs in there.
The only new programs that are in the budget pertain to the state of emergency.
Well, I'm telling you, people freezing in the winter is an emergency. And if we don't get that Citgo energy program, they're going to be sitting up in that council room begging people for help. And you guys know you don't like to see that every time you turn around. How many people have come to you for their light bill and their gas bill? And it's still going on. I mean, this has to be something that a person shouldn't have to come to the council. They should be having that program available to them.
That's surely something that we can present to the council prior to the council formally adopting a budget.
So the other question I have for you, and this is for the council. If the budget does not pass, where do we go from here? With this, especially with like the emergency management program, state of emergency program.
If the budget doesn't pass at referendum, we would default to or revert to the 2013 budget. There wouldn't be any specific spending for the state of emergency. So that's going to require a council decision as to how to address the funding for the state of emergency in the event the budget does not pass.
Okay, when you guys come to the public hearing, when is it, Thursday? Are you having the public hearing on Thursday?
It's on Wednesday.
Wednesday. And the vote is going to be Friday.
On the first.
I'm hoping that you take heed of what's being said here. Not only here, but people talking to you on your cell phones or your emails. I know I'm not the only one concerned about the budget. So that's all I got to say about it right now, because Friday's another day.
Thank you.
Questions?
There's one. We've got Knocker up there too.
I got a question as far as, it's not maybe budget, it is budgetary, but I'd like to see a process put in place that when over expenditures are done on general fund, not the programs, but by the tribal council, that there's a process put in place to correct that, whether it's a modification, whether, because as a program manager, when I can't overspend the budget, it's, well, you have to do this, and I think general fund wise, for the council expenditures, there should be a process put in place so that doesn't happen.
To what's going on here with the budget. I only see $1,000 in per capita, but yet I see a $367,750 budget for council stipends and travel. What's up with that?
I'm not sure how to respond to that, Macker. The $367,000 for the council stipends, that goes back to the approved budget for 2013. The initial budget presented last year was substantially larger for overall cost of the council. And the only way the budget was passed was by cutting back to that $500,000 total.
But my point is, why are we paying a salary for each and every person and also paying it to indirect costs, which costs us money?
The compensation for the council is stipend based. They receive $200 per meeting attended. That would be something that we'd have to address with the council at a regularly scheduled council meeting. Any other questions? Jason?
Line item number 59, what's our level of involvement with XIT?
XIT is dead. I mean, we removed any budgeted expenditure in 2013. There is no longer any legal action that the tribe is pursuing. At this point, the potential legal cost of continuing to pursue our business partners there just didn't make any sense. And so there is, we've moved on.
So we're not going to kick in any 10 grand, as it says in the fiscal year?
No, the fiscal 2014 budget is zero.
But if it fails, we revert back to the 2013 budget.
Well, that would be one place where we no longer have legal representation. If we reverted back to that $10,000 through the adoption of the 2013 budget, that money would just not be spent. Gloria?
I see on line item 91, your tips and rewards. There's nothing, aren't we talking about a state of emergency? I mean, wouldn't you think that put money in there to help combat this?
Eric, is that one that you want to respond to?
Yeah, that tips and reward program was for natural resource violations. It wasn't for drug reporting or other types of reporting of civil offenses. It was for conservation-oriented offenses. But, maybe that's something we should put back in and give to the police department.
All right, I'm gonna follow up with that because conservation, there's a lot, shining, there's a lot of trash on our land. And there's non-tribal members coming on here, I see a couple of them coming off the road. I mean, what are we gonna do about that, about cleaning up these roads that have tires, construction, and appliances on all these roads? What's being done about that, about cleaning up this reservation?
I can't speak for the solid waste program. However, we do have funds in there for such activities. And she does actually contract people out to go, pick up the garbage on the side roads. And they do refer cases to tribal court or prosecution whenever they do locate a suspect, whether it's name or address or somebody turns somebody else in. I guess, I would, as a council member, I would direct Larry, our natural resource director, to discuss that issue with P. Allen, environmental specialist, and Diane Allen, our solid waste person. And maybe they can have a meeting with you to get some of your ideas.
Good morning. My name is Dorothy Brown. I'm the board member for the Lac du Flambeau Indian Bowl renovation project. And we are here today to request money for a position of an executive director. It's really crucial at this point in time. I did? Oh, all right. These are one of those meetings. We are at a crucial point in our project for constructing the Indian Bowl that we need an executive director's position to be here or in this spot to help us with our fundraising, the grant, and programming, marketing, and the capital campaign. And what we went first before the council the other day, and that's why we are here today, so we can voice this concern and our need for an executive director, and to get our funds in place to begin the demolition process. And as everyone knows right now, our Indian Bowl is condemned. We can't use the building. We need a new building, and what we have now is an eyesore in the community. And once we get the ball rolling and everything begins, hopefully we'll have a facility here that will really enhance our community. Oh, we also have some drawings, architects' drawings, if anyone's interested in looking, and we have copies of our executive director position that we are requesting from the tribe for this year's fiscal budget speaking.
The screen? Yes, you're gonna plug in.
Would it be possible, Georgia, for you to attend there's a council meeting on Thursday to discuss budget and actually adopt a budget? Could you put together a presentation to discuss what your requests are for Thursday?
What time?
At 9 o'clock on Thursday morning. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Tom?
Are there any other questions out there? Go ahead. Stand up. You're tall enough.
I've worked in a lot of programs, and the one I'm concerned about is juvenile justice. I know they got a lot of work with our youth, but I haven't seen them. I haven't seen any initiatives on what they're working with. Justice, I know there's a gang initiative, and if you're on Facebook and you're put in a gang book, I'd like to know what initiatives juvenile justice is working on. I haven't seen them at any meetings. They haven't had any input on anything.
Right now, Mike Zerman, the director of the program, has been out for health reasons. I'm not sure about Mr. Questis. Can you just speak to that?
After you be able.
I was just, at the last public hearing that we had, I was questioning that. Cecil, so I'm glad you brought that up. And I was questioning why it was going from $40,000 to $231,000 out of our general fund. And because they get money from different federal programs, and they said it was for a truancy officer. I said, well, for that much money, but that's not the tribe's responsibility. That needs to come from the Lackawanna Public School. That's their responsibility to provide a truancy officer, not the tribe. And I'll still stand for that. And there's other needs here, just like with the Indian Bowl. I mean, that's a lot of money to be spending on that. So, and I think Chris Questis he gets paid from the tribe, the Lackawanna Public School, Lakeland Union High School, and I've asked for statistics as from the grade school, and I can't get any numbers. So, but that, I don't think that would justify spending almost $200,000 out of our general fund. So that's my stand. So.
Patty? We can hear you, Mom.
A lot of this stuff we're talking about, cleaning up the reservation and all that, I think it's time to take our kids out of school for one day, bring them up to this meeting, let them know what's going on. I see a lot of kids that are being sent into the community. They have to do hours. What happens is they have to do hours with their elderlies or whatever. They're not doing it, but the elderly are signing off on it. Some of these programs are about cleaning up. We need a coordinator to take these kids out there and have them clean up as in a group. Another thing I was concerned about that is a very good way of getting information on these kids is I've attended a lot of IEPs for my kids, and we have no IEP coordinator that goes into those meetings with those kids. An IEP is an individual education program for kids that have problems. And when you go in there, there's no representation. You go in there with the child and with the parent. They don't understand the laws of the education, special education, and Stephanie Pesca, she works in Madison for special education, and we talked about this, about we need a coordinator to come in there and tell these parents their rights, tell these kids and let them know this is what's expected of you, and start from there. There's a lot of information that's not being gathered out there that has to do with our kids, and I think that would be a good place to start. And another one, with all these people coming into this reservation that are not tribal members and are doing all these drugs, our people are meeting them in jails and in treatment centers. And that's why I think it's really important that we support them in getting our own treatment center so we can keep these people off our reservation.
Sorry, I'm late. I'm Joni Theobald, for those who don't know me, Education and Workforce Development Director. And I just want to address the first part of your question, Patty. With the parent advocate, we do have a new staff member in our office, and after the budget hearing and the questions and answers, I'll go over our department and some of those resources so everyone's aware. But we have someone who focuses on the 4th and 8th grade right now on IEP processes and some parent trainings.
I think it's important to let the parents know there's programs out there that they can go to off reservation and go to these meetings where they can gather information and gather the strength to help their children. There are programs out there from birth to 3, then 3 to 21.
Yeah, there's quite a few resources. I think that parents can get lost in that because where do you go, where do you start first? So I think our advocate can help with that too. So that's where we want to start, because we went from higher education service to kind of the whole realm from Head Start, language development, all the way into the college. So.
Yes, dear. Stand up, dear. You're tall enough to holler.
I just want to say with that said, that maybe the information that Joni's talking about, you put it in the way we use. So for people that are, what she's saying is in need of it, because everybody doesn't have access to the internet, don't work for the tribe. So that
You're
would
exactly
be
right.
a way to get that information out there.
Yeah, our news media is really, I think, doing an excellent job. And if you can get a phone number to get a hold of them, make sure that you get in touch with them. So I'd encourage you guys to do that, because we're starting to get a lot of information out now. Are there any other questions? I got a question. What's your thought on this thing passing? Do you think we're going to have a budget that's going to pass? No? Then everything's for naught then. I don't know if we don't encourage it. Yes, sir.
I only have one thing to say about the referendum and the budget, and I'm not being disrespectful, but I think that you guys have had such a bad rap with your stipends and stuff that hurts the programs when we submit our budgets, because we know that's not going to pass because of the bad rap that the stipends have gotten. So, in that respect, I would still encourage everybody to vote and to pass it, because most likely you guys are going to do what you want to do anyway.
And I wanted to say that's probably so. For this reason, a lot of people don't understand it. Corporate America, we haven't been part of corporate America. I can remember when Great Lakes was probably the only place that was getting any type of monies on this reservation in reference to tribal government. Today we're a multi-million-dollar corporation. And you guys, you watch the media, you see what these people derive. We can't stay at home here and get the dollars that are needed here. People don't understand that, and that's why they ask for transparency. Like I say, we got to travel. I got to go to Washington, D.C. the next couple months here in order to let legislative people know of our needs back home here. They won't listen on the phone. How many people travel and know that? So I just encourage the community to understand, don't behold these people for what they do. Sadly, nobody knows. Ask.
You know, I ask my council to travel because that's where it takes place. When we go to Menominee, we go to Madison, we go to wherever we gotta go. We say what we gotta say, and we ask for what is needed back in our communities. And people don't know that. They just know, well, goddamn travel council, again, getting all this your money for traveling. But nobody don't realize how many millions of dollars that we bring home to help other programs here. That offsets, boy, I'll tell you, big time for the little bit that you do give them. Look at what happened when the United States bought the banks out. What did the big corporations do? They gave $1 million to their people like a bonus. So let's not just beat up on council. Be there one time. It ain't easy to make decisions. I just encourage people to take a look at that. We've got a lot of programs. You know, Flambeau has worked well. We've brought a lot of stuff home. We're working on a lot of stuff out there. And it takes people to go out there to gather them and get them and bring them home. We can't do it sitting at home. I'm going to tell you that. If that's the case, we'll be like a lot of the other tribes that have nothing. So just encourage people to vote for the right thing. They got food over here on the right, the ones that are still hungry. And, you know, someone wanted me to go and take that $25, give them that list to go across the road. I said, hell no. You stick around here, that's what $25 is going to do. Listen to your leadership. Listen to the people that are talking out there. And resolve the issues if we can. Because that $25, they got 24 hours a day to cash that in. So I just encourage people to go out there and tell people that type of stuff. You know? Let's not begrudge your leadership for the job that they're trying to do for you. You know, do I agree with them all the time? Hell no, that's why we're different people. I agree to disagree.
I'm just stating what.
Yes, I know that. I'm not saying that. But it's important to hear your voices and make it happen, but let's encourage this thing to happen. I mean, Chris, we're going to, in here there's $1,000 for a per cap. Can you imagine what we could do with how many million dollars? $3.9 million? Say if the tribe says, well, we're not going to give no per cap to anybody because we're going to go and build maybe 100 homes. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff out there. Is that what you guys want to tell us? Then tell us if that's what you want with your per caps, or do we just go out there and those per caps go across the road because they think they can beat that big machine over there? I'm going to tell you that. Those machines ain't made to be beat. Ask Brooks. I take his money when he goes over there. So, I got a bunch of hands up. Go ahead. The Constitution says that, my dear. And that's why I say take a little time and read what we're obligated by our Constitution to make every effort to put a budget out there. And if it fails again, we'll probably try to take a look at it again. But if that fails, then we go to 15%. Then all we're doing is cutting ourselves off at the knees, cutting ourselves off on different programs that are needed in our community. You know, education is, you know, Joni wants to put on well, you guys grab a sandwich or whatever. She wants to just give about a 10, 15 minute in reference to what we really need in this community too. And that is continuous education.
Would it be only valid for one or something? I wanted to go on a date night. Yeah, we wanted to come over up there.
Yeah, that way don't have to. I'll get started, so.
Yeah, there's
Get a ditch, you're gonna
Might
start
just
to
go
pay.
over budget. Yeah, last year.
Because I only have so much of that.
Check.
Rick Jackson, check.
Okay, I'll get going. Are you ready, Kim? Okay. Thanks for being patient, and for those of you who stuck around, I was just finishing up at the Monster Mash Dash where we had some of our youth running to the grade school. Julie Balaka and I were kind of coordinating that, so I didn't want to come in costume, so I thought it'd be more appropriate to go home and change. So,
Except for your socks.
yeah, except for my socks. I still got to show those. Okay. So our department, the tribal department, Gikadaswin, meaning knowledge, is Education and Workforce Development Department. I moved into the directorship of that position 3 years ago in August. So I'm just going to give you some background. I wanted to make sure, I know my focus was on youth bill, but I thought it was really important for everyone to really understand what has been incorporated into the education and workforce, because in the past 3 years it's grown from higher education to a whole full range of different services from pre-K, toddler age up into employment. So what we hope, our mission, our goal, basically, leadership, education, and career pathways. We have regular weekly staff meetings, and as you'll see later in the slides, our team has grown from, when I first came on board, it was myself, and I had an assistant for about 2 days, and then we've grown to a much larger department. And one of the, one reoccurring things, and I'll tell some stories, kind of, just a few stories, not long ones, about how we've come to, looking at our own abilities and capacity within. That's the theme and the mission of the department, is really realizing that, the realization for our students, our adults, that we have the capacity and the intelligence to do things ourselves. And feel free to raise your hand and stop me if you have questions. Here's just an overview. I didn't get a chance to run up to the office and get this all Xeroxed. I was kind of running over this last night to make a final. But I wanted to kind of give everyone an overview, and I will provide this to the website, so this will be available. And I've also started making copies at the office. But we range from services, financial aid assistance. We have now an internship program. We help with college selection applications, driver's license fees testing. I'm not going to read all through it. Computer lab, access college tours, cohort training, basically meaning a group of students move together in a course sequence or career sequence with the outcome being a degree. Those are all services that are offered here, take place here, and we are for tribal members. We do have a few, like our employment training, that under contract we can have descendants and employees who are non-tribal involved, though we do, mainly our higher ed is tribal member based. We do like FAFSA support. We will offer that to descendants, and we don't turn people away from our community who need support and assistance with that, like scholarships. So here's our staff. Again, it was about 3 years ago. There was me, and we added. Let's see, last count: 1, 2, 3, 4. About 12 of us now, all fitting nice and snugly into the building over by the casino. If you're not familiar with where we are at the Casino Human Resources. Used to be the old store a long time ago, in the casino at some point. So we range from everything from 912 to 48 people, AmeriCorps, which is a volunteer VISTA program that we're involved with. Workforce and Youth Build is our newest grant that I'll go over. I was going to talk about with our two newest staff. Of our personnel, we have 10. We have 6 tribal, does that add up? 6 tribal, 3 descendants, and 1 non-tribal. I'm a real firm believer in tribal preference, especially in capacity and training. I like our department to be seen as the grooming within. I mean, if you have the potential, the ability, and the work ethic, there's nothing that could stop someone from being trained and brought up in our department. So we have some excellent staff, very professional staff that conduct themselves well. So higher education, that's how we started out. Of course, it used to be grants. That was the BIA grants that we had, but it's fully expanded. And that, I'm going to say it several times, that without the support of the Tribal Council and the Education Committee, I think I came at a very opportune time where, and also a community. I have one of the largest budgets in the tribe, but I also have the trust of the council and the policy, or the Education Committee, along with the Head Start Committee, Policy Committee, to develop programs, whether they have been other models from other tribes or other programs, but that support our tribal members. So we have everything from internships where we bring in college students in the summer and they're paid to work in our different departments, to study abroad. A study abroad has a little star because that's one of the newest inclusions in the education department, where college students can get credit to go study abroad at other universities. College incentive, for those of you who aren't familiar with that, that is if you obtain your associate's, bachelor's, or master's degree, you can either get $1,250 to $2,500. Now we've put a little spin on that where we ask for a community service component, and I can talk about that. It'll be one of the, as I get into more details. College tours, I'm not going to go over too much, but it's very important as we're developing our brochure and our services. It's quite thick so people can understand what we offer. College tours is open to tribal members. You can tour and visit up to like $250. We pay expenses for you to, and that's adults ranging all the way to juniors. So you can go out, set up an orientation, or whether it's just a tour to see if it's a college you might want to attend.
I had a question, Doreen.
Sure.
That study abroad.
Yes.
Is there anything there for our tribal members, the high school kids?
Yes, I'm going to get to that. It's not necessary. In study abroad, you're referring to the Rotary Exchange, where it's like a study abroad in high school? Yeah, it's called Rotary, and we do now, that's also included, but it'll be under the, you're just jumping to my 6th slide. Okay. Parent is the expert. I mean, that's our department motto, and I try, with our staff, I want to go in with that view that they are the best teacher, they know their child the best, and for me, it's kind of a growing up, or even bringing which is my oldest right here, who's off in college. It's a flip for when he was young, where I relied heavily on the schools and teaching staff to tell me what was best for my child, though some things I kind of would question or wonder about. Now, years later, I can be pretty mouthy when it comes to school rights and children's rights and parents. But I don't do it in a way that I think is disrespectful, but I do it in a way to really get that message across that parents are the experts. I've not come across a parent who doesn't care or want their child to be educated. And those are really important concepts and things to keep in mind. So one of the main thing, parent as the expert in student advocacy, is I get a lot of requests from the K-8 system, basically, of parents wanting, how do I navigate? I have a complaint, I have things going on. How do I move through this system? And a lot of times it's children with disabilities. So we can walk them. We've hired a staff that can take them through sitting at meetings or just understanding whether it's parent conferences, whether it's legal rights, whatever. We'll take complaints and help that parent or guardian, whoever it is, along. So that's been a real critical service that's new this year. So I've also put summer academic programming. We support in the middle school age, pre-college programs up to $250 for students to attend to academic camp. So book fair support is we provide culturally responsive books to ABW, MHLT, and Lac de Flambeau. The ABW and MHLT are new this year, just because we have 86 of our tribal kids in those schools. So that's kind of that diaspora, as I call it, the influx of students moving out to other schools for whatever reason. So we want to be inclusive of those schools and services. So Heather Jordan is the person who is our staff. Sometimes people request that I do, and I love to do that. And when I have time, I definitely want to make sure my calendar is clear that I can be available too. So. Youth Council, these are this started maybe about 2.5 years ago. It's students 14 through 24. They meet on Wednesdays at the high school. Leanne White, who is our 9-12 transition coordinator, and Latasha Malson, our youth council kind of supports, and I attend as well. I may be possibly heading to Denver. I'm trying to convince a couple other staff to go with, but I like to spend time with the youth on different leadership trainings. So what they do is they volunteer in the community. They work there with decorating for the Halloween party. They'll be involved with the Christmas parties, the elder parties. So they do community service, but they also present at different conferences, and also they participate in different conferences for their own development. They also will start, they're kind of intimidated, but they'll start attending tribal council meetings just to get a flare of how that's run and how leadership conducts business, basically. So again, that's 14 to 24. It's open enrollment. There isn't any, you just be from Lac de Flambeau or be very interested in issues of Lac de Flambeau. So. Driver's education, or not education, driver services. It's been a program in the past couple of years. Lorraine Smith runs our program, and we can pay for services. We can basically take any adult for tribal members to come in, and from assessment or just beginning to want a permit or testing, and walk them through and take them all the way to obtaining a license. That's part of our new workforce investment initiative, where we've also have a testing vehicle, so there's no barriers along the way. So if you need help studying, we've got that. Assessment cost, we got that. We help, and we'll even drive you down there. So that happens on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because she's now also responsible oversight of reports for youth build, so we had to kind of allot her time for things. Youth employment. Now, we've had this a couple years ago. This was also moved under our department, and putting workforce with the education was a nice complement, because we can look at employment training as well as educational training services that we need to have. We go from everything, again, from driving to coursework. We have our own instructor here every summer. So, oh wait, driver's ed. Okay, I screwed up. I put youth employment and put driver's ed. Okay, strike that. I'm going to talk about youth employment later. I put some. This is a student housing loan. Believe me, this is one of the, I think about this, and I thought about it before proposing. The council was supportive of this. And this past year, they supported loan assistance for those college students who were moving 50 miles or more away from the reservation for school. Full-time status, of course, there's requirements to be in good standing, but they pay the dorm or the lease cost, and it can be renewable up to 5 years. One of the little nice incentives for the tribe is if they agree to come back and work for the tribe, it can be a part of loan forgiveness, where we can knock off a certain percentage, kind of like the student loans for teachers. So it's a way to get some of our tribal members to move back home and work for the tribe. So, employment training. This is a very department-driven training. These are some of the courses that we support. I get recommendations or suggestions from different departments on the type of training that is needed, from customer service to Excel training. So each year it could vary. We run from management and supervision, which is a very popular course, to federal Indian law, all the way down to CNA, which is the nursing assistant. So again, that's many departments or those employed in the tribe, but of course tribal members are always welcome to be a part of those because they're accredited in college credit, mainly college credit based. This was our newest initiative. We ran our pilot last year, and this was as I became the Head Start administrator in the past 2 years. We piloted 2 and 3 year olds, a classroom of 8 in Ojibwe language. They ran 4 months last spring, and now have kicked off with 7 of the same students and 1 new student. They're ranging ages about 2 to 3 years of age. Language acquisition and immersion is, if you're going to revitalize a language, which they speak Ojibwe in there, that's the age to start at. So what we've done is we know from the other immersion models, mainly in Minnesota or Hawaii or New Zealand, what they want is you got to start training your teaching staff now. So we have teachers to support these kids later on. So we have an early childhood coursework, and we now have 3 individuals. We're shooting for 5 or 6 that will work on their early childhood certification, and they also teach in the classroom where they're a part of language classes, but they also have to start learning enough and be right into the classroom year after year, where they're picking up conversational skills. They've also participated in immersion certification with the University of Minnesota. So, and now we're hoping we want to partner and work with Wadugadati and Megani School and some of the other Minnesota-based on how we can better bring our educators together to, enhance language in that preschool. So,
Joni?
yes.
They teach in Head Start then?
Yes, they teach in Head Start.
Who's the instructor?
Maggie Frost and Teresa Valier are the main instructors right now, and we have 3 young tribal members who have just started their early childhood certification and also work in the classroom as well. So they rotate each day in through and work.
So they apply to be in that apprenticeship program?
Yes, actually this group was mainly based on recommendations from Boise. On young people who had language who were coming out of the high school with, we really need to get some young males. Right now we have Brad Thompson, who's going to be one of our young males coming in. I'm really looking to find some more. So if you know of young people that maybe one who can be teacher certified and who are interested in this kind of position, we're always seeking, I'm always looking to support this program. So, from my end. Our GED, HSED, high school? Did you put switching on it? Okay. We are looking for GED, HSED testing is going to become online and electronic. So we're moving to our own computer lab over at the building. We already had computers. All we have to do is become a testing center. So we're working with Person View, which at no cost to us, we can have constant testing. Right now, Nicolay College provides testing at once a month, and it's by appointment, and they can only take in so many individuals. With the new online coming really fast, and also with Youth Build Project, we're going to need a lot more frequent testing. So it's just a good idea for us to kind of absorb that and provide that in our own department, in our own community, where it's offered more frequently. High school incentive and graduation incentive. The high school each quarter can receive from $50 to $150 based on their grade point. It's 2.0 all the way up to 4.0, obviously. The high school works with us to provide those students who have perfect attendance and meet the grade point, and they get Walmart gift certificates. It's been a program that has been there since I took the position, so it's kind of neat. Graduation incentive. Again, we kind of changed it up because they were receiving their trust fund monies, and instead of adding an extra funding, we also put a twist of, we require them to complete what's called the FAFSA. That's the financial aid form for college. And we have staff that go in the fall and start working with the students on their college. We want to start trickling down to junior, because that's really where they should start with the applications, the ACTs and things like that. So now they can choose from a dorm expenses, laptop, or the iPad, and they must have that completed FAFSA, because I get so many seniors who think they may know what they want to do, but then walk in my door about 2 weeks into August and say, I want to go to college. Well, the nice thing is we have their FAFSA done and we can help them, and their financial aid is going to be waiting because we've already taken care of that by requiring them to do that in the school year. Did you have a question?
I did. What about people that have no intention of going to college? They're set on going to work and maybe, just getting into business or something.
That's great, but I'm the education department, so in my mind, I understand. But I get a lot of high school students that say, I just want to work. But when it comes to all reality, when I talk about data collection, we had 35 of tribal members with a master's degree, and we had 60 with a bachelor's out of a membership of 4,000. That data says we need to build capacity. We need both education and experience together in the workforce. So my department, if they just choose they want to go to work, that's fine, but I still want them to complete the FAFSA just in case, because if they go to the military, they have to do college work. If they work, they're going to find, and I'll talk about it more with the council's initiatives, they'll find there's a big push for some type of training, some type of classroom work, so that doesn't get them off the hook otherwise. Okay, go ahead. GOM, Johnson O'Malley, is a program. It's a federal grant. We received about $44,000 a year. This program is very specific for language and cultural-based educational support to the community. We have a great ed committee, and this is, as the director, this is the committee's focus. It's driven by the committee. They get recommendations from the community, and they decide how the money is spent. That's the federal guidelines, and that's how it has to be spent. It really, it's a BIA grant, so they support everything from language resources for families, classrooms, trainings, and professional development for teachers, cultural, tribal literature, and things like that in the classroom. So it's very Ojibwe language and culture focused. We support some of the language and culture department's initiatives, or when they need resources for grade school and high school.
Are they doing the language program yet? Is that coming out of Johnson?
No, we don't fund the language department at all. Well, if, say for example, they want to do snowshoes with a high school and they just don't have the resources, and they ask the committee, which they have in the past, we can buy those snowshoe kits.
No, I meant at the grade school. For years, it was pizza party time. I think there was very little.
I'm not sure what exactly, if there's pizza parties going, I don't know.
It was supposed to be the language program, and there was 2 non-tribal people teaching it. I always had a problem with that, because it was supposed to be for tribal people to teach the language.
And I agree, and I kind of wrestled with that, with even going back to the immersion with Maggie, and she was very sensitive to that. I mean, she studied under Boise for a long time. And so I posed that to the parents in the elder group that came and was a part of that, started the immersion. And they all were very comfortable with her and wanted her as one of the instructors, so they were okay with that. But it also reflects on, to me, to say, then we need to train our own people, because we don't have them with the qualifications, and we're not seeing them come out. I mean, they can have language, but they might not be the best of teachers. So developing and training our own right now is real critical, because you're right. I mean, it's, and I've talked to many of the immersion schools, the language schools, about that, just that, and all of them have non-tribal people in their facilities or their schools, and it shows the critical state of our language. It really is in a critical state. So.
I had a really, really bad experience in there at one time, and Laverne Coupart was the homeschool coordinator. Well, she's been there for 30-some years, but they invited the grandparents. So my mother went, and we were playing bingo with the Indian names, and so my mother asked what is that? And it was supposed to be, I forget it was some animal. And she said, you don't say it like that. They argued with her. I mean, here's my mom, 90 years old, and she's telling them because she's fluent in her language, and that just, and it was tribal people.
I hear not so much about our own programs here, but I've heard that just last week about a program in Minnesota about kind of correcting fluent speakers. I can't fathom that, but I mean, they're first language speakers, so that's the way it is. I do caution, and I'm pretty, I try to keep a very structured program, and Maggie understands, when it comes to elders and first language speakers and correction, you just don't do that, but I'm hoping we can, as we develop and keep moving with this program, we really think about those things and keep that, keep talking and communicating, so. Broadband, well, there's been a lot of talk about this one, but it's been an interesting program, and what we've started in the past year is the BIA approved our job placement training along with the education committee to be very technology focused, and the reasons why we needed to go this route is first educational. In my department, we needed to have the skill-based people. We were looking at businesses that were tech-based. We're looking at distance learning. We're looking at virtual high schools, and we don't have these services here in our community that can attract commercial size and economic growth. Business just won't come here without this support. So what we've done with our apprenticeship is we conducted what's called a feasibility study. It's an education-based feasible plan. Is it feasible to bring this here? Now, and of course in the media, it looks like, oh look, the tribe is launching into something, a business and just taking off. Well, it could be really further from the truth. A feasibility is what it is could we possibly do this? And how much is it going to cost? That's what it is. The BDC, I know, is looking at taking some things further, but for our purposes, it's to build capacity, it's to train people and understand if we're going to run this ourselves, who would it take, what would it take, and what are the resources you need? So the students have been developing their own career portfolios and pathways. They've been attending trainings. We had a contractor who engineered the feasibility study, and they went from the ground all the way to the end of writing the business proposal. Now again, it was a proposal, and so a lot of times I'm combating a lot of the misinformation that we've just launched into a business that it's going to sink us, and it isn't that way. It is, here's what it's going to take. Now, how do we get creative and scale back and do little small bits and pieces to sustain and even bring educational or telemedicine, or bring, just find out what other tribal tech programs are doing and how did they become successful and how did they become sustained. So it's a really neat project. It's took the students everywhere from working with the Federal Communications Commission on a federal level, looking at laws, regulation, all the way down to the hardware and negotiating. What would it take? What kind of circuits would we need, or transmitters and things like that. So it's been students, all tribal, working and developing along with the contractor. So that project has ended. But now they're moving into their own personal kind of career development phase. And they have a presentation next week to the council on what they've learned and what is the project all about. So everyone's welcome. It's going to be Wednesday at 9 o'clock. So they'll have a couple hours to talk about their whole apprenticeship and learning experience. So, feather ceremony, if those of you are familiar, every June we honor our graduates. We've expanded to college graduates at the casino, where they bring in speakers. And one incorporation is that we ask an elder, we ask somebody significant to the high schoolers to come in and talk about the significance of a feather and the ceremony. For my first experience back was students were coming in and my department asking me for where their feather was, which growing up, I think, to me, you just don't say, where's my feather, or, it's not a certificate or diploma, and I felt there was a lot of lack of knowledge of what it meant, and so that's something we've kind of just tried to make an educational process as well. Job Center, Wednesdays, they come in, state of Wisconsin, and they do interviewing, resumes, portfolios. They have a staff member that every there, it's open to anyone, so. Youth Build, here's the one I was really on the schedule for, sorry guys, but I just thought I would give it all to you. This past year we were awarded a $1.2 million grant over 3 years to help youth or young adults from 18 to 24 complete their high school diploma or a GED, and also would be a part of the construction trades. And part of what I want in our department as workforce is what are the initiatives of the tribe and what I can train and direct them into companies. So I'm always thinking, grow our own. How do I develop capacity here? Because many times when students go off to college, they're not coming home. And that was, for me, that was really big. That was what I always wanted to do, and here I am. So, and there's a few key people in here I'll talk about later that really helped me with that. So this construction is, they'll complete their schooling. They'll work on, if they're not at a college prep ready, we'll help them with coursework. And they will also do construction trades training with, what they'll do is it's a collaboration with housing, and they will help rehab some of these homes. And we've got 2 young youth project managers we hired, Chuck Burgess and Lynn Moore, who will, and we have our senior project manager, Buzz Bison, who will go out and kind of be oversight as they rehab homes. So they'll work academics, they'll go and do construction for 3 years. The end goal is for them to obtain their diploma, have the skill based enough to move into apprenticeship with our union tribal construction company. So we hope to push 61 young people through this project in 3 years. So. College laptop access. This is one of the programs, again, the council, they've just been really supportive, and I'm not, without Janine, she's my supervisor, the administrator, her support and the council support, a lot of this we wouldn't be able to do. But they were getting a lot of laptop requests, and they know me. If I hear there's some students coming up there, I'm going to say, okay, I'm bringing a bunch of college students up to the meeting so we can all get laptops, or not me, but. So instead they said, how about we develop kind of a leasing or a checkout for laptops for tribal members. Now this is real new. We're still developing what are the policies around that, and I'll have to work with IT because their college property, their tribal property will have laptops available for those college students to kind of check out on an academic base, yearly basis. So it's one of our biggest requests from some of the college students.
Is it going to matter what college they go to?
Doesn't matter as long as they're full-time students.
What about for people that are in information technology like myself? If we need a laptop that might not meet the requirements for web and digital media, if you meet those, you could hire better laptops for those type of people, or are they all the same?
Well, we're working with the IT department and Stacy to work on making sure we have those for web design, web graphics, those in marketing who may even need Macs. So we have a percentage of those computers that can hold and handle those graphics, and then we have kind of the basics that their internet, they're basically, we are going to mix it up with Macs and PCs and have different specs of those laptops. So, okay.
Joni?
Yes.
That program for the laptops and the standard Office products and stuff?
Microsoft Office, so Excel, Word, Publisher. I did request that we have Publisher and Access, the database program, because that's a new one a lot of those going in employment are needing to have.
So is that for any students, like if they're in their master's?
It does, yeah. as long as you're in college and you're full-time, which means 12 credits for undergrad, 6 credits for graduates. Yes.
I do have another.
No, that's fine.
Not to do with the laptops or anything like that.
That's fine.
But, you know, as you know, Ken and I are working towards having a residential treatment facility here. And if you notice that at FRC, we have very few Native American counselors that are tribal from here. Okay, there's only actually 3 of us. And then Ken Stockbridge. So what I'm looking at is our hopes are we'll be able to build in a training program.
At some point, I've had that request before from someone over in youth programs about counseling and social work services. Right now, we have just we're focused on the IT, business management, casino management, and early childhood teacher education programs. If I can fit another staff member in the building to coordinate them, because I mean, there's a lot of things that happen with bringing those trainings in. It's finding the right college in the first fit. And then my criteria, I shouldn't say mine, the department's, is bring it here as cheap as possible and put it in the workday, because the council have passed a wonderful, we're a model, we're actually one in the nation that has college in the workday. And I without the support of the council, and I'm not here trying to sell the council, but again, a lot of these programs couldn't have happened, and this budget wouldn't look as much as it does. So we have college in the workday, and that's the requirements. And then we work on how do we create articulations, whether it's LCO College, sorry, I didn't see very, LCO College, which I really want to try to bring more into those articulated employment training programs into like University of Minnesota or Madison, so.
We do, at LCO College, we do have a human services degree that fully articulates to UW Superior to their social work program. So, as we all know, the way it's going is you're going to have a bachelor's degree. There's, the old program where you had so many hours isn't going to go anymore. So, we can, if there are people who want to go that way, but the problem is everybody who's in early treatment thinks they want to be a counselor, and then they find out that they need to have a 2.5 grade point average to graduate with that human services degree, and they're going, oh my gosh, 2.5 is not that high.
But, I mean, it's back to that question there's a lot of, I think about, with tribal preference, and I kind of get in dangerous territory when I say this, but every administrator, every director should be tribal. I mean, I don't mean that in a negative way at all, but I think about the non-members we have who, what if something happens, or they want to retire, who do we have to fill that void? And how do we prepare somebody and groom? I think Ho-Chunk Nation is one of them that is a requirement, and we build our people up to be that. Of course, we have some great, non-native people that are within our community, married and descendants. And I don't mean to say, let's just put tribal, but we do need to think about how do we build capacity within and do it ourselves, because I'm a firm believer of we're very intelligent, we're probably the most creative, that's my own bias, but there's no reason why we shouldn't have that, so.
With that being said, that's been talked at what we call the Chippewa Confederation, that we're looking at encouraging our young people to start to go off to school and get that process, that education, to be that leader in all aspects. So we support what Joni's trying to do.
I think our challenge is going to be harder in this day and age with
right.
We're here for a state of emergency.
Joni, you got it?
They need that parent support.
Yep.
Going back to your IEP incentives for parents, I am wondering, once they graduate, do you work with DVR, with special education programs with clients to find them, get them work ready, life skills? If they don't, do we have that program here?
We do have where we work with DVR in Verna with our college students. And that's kind of new for, it's not new, but it's new for us to try to take on that. We do have, a lot of times what we see is it's adults with disabilities who may have lost their IEP, who've not ever been assessed. So we help them walk through, okay, let's get you through the referral, the assessments. Nicolay College provides services right in the building with accommodations. So on our end, with our staff, it's mainly how do we direct that individual to the appropriate resources and make sure, you know.
Because I feel like the DVR program in Gladwell is not working very well.
They're struggling.
How to, initiate some kind of work program for their clients, meet them at their level, and build up their education to make them proud of themselves. And I know in Lakeland they recommended that my daughter go to. They like the word college, Ambridge College, that makes them so proud. But I couldn't see myself sending my daughter. They have a life skills college in Milwaukee, in Minnesota, and one in Chicago. And I couldn't see sending my daughter away that far for life skills college, even though she wanted to go, because she still needs, she still needs that help. And I couldn't give her that help being that far away.
Yeah, we have a large number, with, again, just trying to be there and be helpful and pull them to the resources, but it's not always a great feeling to say, let me help you at DVR and Verna, knowing they're not as stable. I mean, I don't know what those issues are there.
I think it's that's somewhere we have to look in the future.
Right. And, we've been requested for transportation. We're just not equipped for that. One of the first things in my building was, are we handicap accessible? I mean, we have some of our interns in wheelchairs who struggle to get in and out of the building. And, that's just not appropriate.
Especially with life skills.
Right. So we don't.
That's a big thing when they graduate and they have nothing to do or where to go, or, it's just a shame to see them sitting around and there's no place where they really fit in.
Well, on the college, what we've done is Nicolay has, where we can do, for some disabilities, is the books on tape, where they can create the audios for those more with learning disabilities. So we do have those accommodations that have set up in the building. Again, we can help them apply for DVR or get in touch with the right people, but that's pretty much the extent of life skills and training within our department. Is we're more like the resources, the referral, and let's help you get this filled out kind of.
I think a lot of them are not happy when they do their DVRs and they end up cleaning at the hotel or cleaning bathrooms, and that's not, it's hard to take.
It is. It's frustrating to not be able to do more. I mean, right now, I've kind of squeezed in. I'm thankful Lorraine can tolerate. I've squeezed in some staff in her side of the building. It's just we don't have the capacity, and we try to do so much with the dollars we have. But again, there's a lot of unmet needs, and it is with students with disabilities. Graduate incentive, I won't run over this because I think I had a little bit. 12 to 2,500. The little twist that council approved was we asked that they come back and do some type of community service. So if you have a master's in counseling, can you come for a day or talk to our youth? Or if you have web design, come help the youth do a project. If you're out in Seattle and don't see this even feasible, can you conduct something online, or can your research focus on our community and do something tangible? So we asked them, getting this request, and a lot of times our students, they've received up maybe $20,000, $25,000 in scholarship help from the tribe. So we ask, and we've taken that. We also do a profile, and if they're interested in working for the tribe, that profile automatically goes to the Human Resources Department for employment services. So. Yes.
Would you consider doing that for every semester that the students get a grant from the tribe?
Consider doing what?
Having them give something back every semester.
We can. Any request or any programs that are kind of out what we currently have is I'll take to our education committee and let them, they discuss. We look at implications, what would be, can be applied across the board, and then it goes to in front of the council
I think
for
that it would
approval.
just help to get people to think more community, of their community if they had to give like 10 hours. Just 10 hours is nothing. You know, that they could, you know, be volunteering today with a Halloween party or working one of the computer labs or something. I see a lack of volunteerism. And then all of a sudden you say at the end, oh, you have to do this, and I'm like, I don't know how to do that because I haven't been. So
Yeah,
I think we
most
can
of our students graduating with their, it starts, what you all have associates, have a maturity level that we give enough options that, and we don't just say do it. They work with the ed committee and decide on a project, what's feasible for them, and then that's carried out and overlooked by our higher education coordinator. So, but I like your idea of that volunteer. I mean, I know Edgewood College has that commitment of their students. Every semester they have to do some certain amount of hours of volunteerism. So,
You know, Joni, with that volunteerism, the high school starts that, but very, very few of our tribal kids participate. It's kind of sad in a way, but my grandkids went and they did that food for kids where they loaded up those food packages, and I think they made like 4,000 in some boxes. But it was volunteer. There was nothing. But then they got some kind of a little incentive in their grade for political science or something. So they do. We should encourage that to start here at the grade school.
we do have, this year, we're going to try the Waskaganian Youth Council to move into the middle school. And we're going to start with the Envision group because they have the most flexibility to build it within their curriculum. But that volunteerism, community service, the Youth Council is involved in a lot. Well, we don't try to recreate activities or events, but we just jump onto ones that are already happening in the community, like the Monster Mash Dash. They're decorating for the kids, or they're on the race trail making sure kids, or they're running. We had a few running with the kids today. So we're trying to build in those service projects. When we have constitution committees, we ask that they help. In the past, they've helped facilitate those. So it kind of gets them involved in those trainings and community service, but at the same time, they can start building their portfolios for scholarships. So that's what.
Is that money, that 2,500, is that on top of the monies that we get for our, like, I'm in school right now for my master's, and I'm approved this 3,500 per semester?
This is your incentive. Like when you get an associate's degree, you get $1,200. You get a bachelor's, you get $25. It doesn't increase, which was the policy when I came in, which was, huh?
That's different.
This is when you graduate, you get an incentive. That is not. It is not the grant that you get for schooling.
Right, that's
Okay.
Yours.
There's only a couple more left. Sorry, guys. We have a pretty big program, but I just think it's important because our department is so large and so well funded. I mean, we could always use more in capacity, but I think it's really important that you understand what we have all in it. Computer lab, again, internet testing. We have it in the weekends. We have Nicolay work study students who open up the lab for us. Okay, here's that driver's ed that I talked about and I accidentally put it on the youth employment. I'm just gonna, we do private instruction too for those. We have a pre-college program. We have 2 partnerships with UW-Madison, a new one this year that we're one of 2 tribes, Oneida, that this year's freshmen, if you have a freshman and they're interested in technology, we partnered with UW-Madison specifically as we develop our technology here, we do our broadband. They came as a partnership to start developing our pre-college, our high school students who are interested in those fields. So our pre-college partnership is freshmen and sophomores this year. There's 2 different programs. People program we brought to Flambeau maybe about 10, 12 years ago when I was a student at Madison. And then this one is new from this year, it's just beginning. If they are involved in these pre-college programs for 4 years of high school, they have a mentor, they go down for summer camp, and they come up here, they get a full ride to Madison. They get 5 years paid tuition, and People program provides them dorm and housing expenses. The other one doesn't. But again, you can't beat that. So one is geared to start preparing our students at the technology and broadband, and the other one is just more career-based and just getting through. And Madison's been a wonderful partner, and we can target up to, maybe 20 of our youth to be enrolled into UW-Madison on an ongoing, a yearly basis. So that's a big number of graduates coming out. So we get private instruction, but I'm gonna say youth employment. We've taken that, they're not the ones who pick up, do cleaning or things like that. We've made it career pathways, so we've identified departments. We've run it like a job interview, a job orientation, then we put all the jobs that have been created by departments, and they get to select where they want to be. So they work through the summer, about 8 weeks, and that's ages 14 to 18.
Do they have to be drug tested and everything?
Yes, they go through just like it's working for the tribe. The HR comes in, they do orientation, we do job readiness, because believe me, there's some of them who don't know that arriving to work a half hour late is critical, or even important. You know, it's job readiness. What does that mean to young people? So that's one thing I didn't mention about the youth council. I require them to dress professionally when they're with me. No, I'm just kidding. When they go to conferences or they're doing presentations, you're representing the tribe. You're going to conduct yourself, and we want to model what should be expected. So. And here's here's just some other services that you may want to know. Again, that Rotary Exchange, the high school, we support 2 high school students to study abroad in their high school year. It was new this year. We've got one young girl, Dorothy Grant, that I know who is accepted into the program. College visits, any tribal member who we can help, gas assistance, Challenge Academy, Flandreau, and Job Corps. I know that one's a confused program, but we just don't give out gas vouchers. But they have mandatory parent and family involvement, so we help with that. 4th grade poster contest is a new program we're starting. We're going to buy art supplies, and research shows that you look at the passions of your 4th graders, and that's probably the careers they're going to end up in. So we're doing it as a poster contest to see and kind of gauge where they're at. And we're going to create a mural, and that's where our planner is going to start working with those families on opportunities or extracurricular or those pre-college things that we can help support those kids. And she works closely with the grade school with that. So we do union dues. I think people aren't aware that our workforce program can pay for those things. Work boots, tool belts. So, and again, with the new number, about 86 of our kids at the other our schools, I asked to have bus pickup in front of my building, because when it gets cold, I can bring them in. But we can have some little activities and snacks for them, because it's a pretty long bus ride. So. Yes, Jamie?
For the union dues, is that done as a loan or is that a grant?
No, everything's kind of just paid. We do have a payback requirement. Say, for example, and I should have mentioned that, many of our services, if you go through the driver's program and we start paying things, you're signing a payback, so we want you to finish and complete. If you can't complete, same with driver's ed, same with youth employment, or not youth, or even Waswaganing youth trips. If they sign a payback. If you don't follow through, you're going to pay it back. The only loan program we have is a gas loan for Nicolay students at the beginning of their semester, because their financial aid, it takes a long time to kick in, and housing assistance. The rest of it, tribal members, this is provided. Again, the council has supported these type of services to build our capacity.
So if they take those other driver's classes, which she didn't want to leave, so if she passes it, then would she get like part of her fee that we paid?
If it's private, if you've already paid it, we can reimburse. If it's if it comes to our attention like private, a lot of the pre-college students can't go in our summer program because they're out of town. So we'll pay $200 up, and then the parents typically match it. So however way. Yep, sorry, I tried to change that font and I was trying to rush over here and I couldn't get it. It's all our emails, all our extensions. Again, I'm going to have this available and just have it on the website and just make copies for everyone, but our hours, and you can go on. Sorry, I know that was not 15 minutes.
I know that wasn't.
Thanks, Tom.
But it's good.
I just want to acknowledge, it's really important. I know, honestly, I was really hesitant about being a part of the state of emergency day, only because I know there's a lot of controversy, mixed feelings, hard feelings, but I think it's really important to see. I mean, we've got these programs going the past 3 years, and it's really, I mean, we've got some fine programs. I mean, our department has been very fortunate to have this type of support from the leadership. And I know there's not a lot of other departments who are doing a really good job as well. But, you know, these are acknowledgments. Our workforce and education committee, if there's ever a time you have concerns or want something talked about, they meet twice a month rotating at schools. Head Start Policy Committee, our 2 local colleges. Again, Tribal Council, and again, the community as well. So if you guys have any questions, this is pretty much it, I think, right? There's no more slides. Thank you.